The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Some of the best to ever move the pieces are pushing their limits at Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. Newly crowned U.S. champ Fabiano Caruana came roaring back after a disappointing day one, picking up 4 wins, including blanking world number 1 Magnus Carlsen to jump into second place. But that setback didn't deter the former world champion, who won his other games to claim clear first. The jackpot keeps growing. Who will cash out the big payday? Day 3 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to the playing hall in the St. Louis Chess Club of the capital of chess in America. Today we have the final day of the Clutch Chess, the Champions Showdown. And you know, the tension is getting higher and higher because everybody can win this tournament. The history is about to be written, so let's go to the studio and start the final day with Maurice, Yasser and Dash.
It took a little time, but the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, is now leading after 2 days of clutch chess. With increased points for a win today, the championship is still up for grabs, and it's going to be exciting. Day 3 of clutch chess from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome into the studio where I am your host, James Dash. As always, happy to be joined by GMs Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley as we enter the 3rd and final day of Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. And Yasser, what a day we had just yesterday. From the standings of day 1, flipping the script, and what a different picture we have of the field.
Day 1 and day 2, Dash and Maurice. My goodness, it's just been so much fun calling the action. The number of decisive games in this clutch chess has been terrific. Thank you all for joining me, and I must say thank you very much to our viewers, because thanks to you, our shows have really hit record highs. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. And the 4 players today, well, they're going to decide a champion between them. And Maurice, I got to say, with 3 points on the line today, everybody's playing for a victory every game.
That's the fantastic thing about the format. As we know, it's not enough to perform on day 1. Oh, you did really well on day 2. That's nice. But day 3 is 3 points at a time, and with the draws being only 1 point, it means that players can't start counting their money and I got this position, maybe I'm going to win it with a few draws. No, no, no. Other players are hungry, starving for those 3 points, so you should see amazing fighting chess today.
Yes, exactly. While some players might find themselves in better position than others coming into day 3, nothing is decided just yet, as we can take a look at our standings to see what the landscape of the field looks like as we enter our 3rd and final day. It is the world number 1 who somehow manages to find himself at the top of the table with 11.5 points to his name and $10,000 of bonus money already in his pocket. But it's Fabiano Caruana after a monster day 2 who's absolutely nipping at his heels. 10.5 points to his name. And then Hikaru Nakamura and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju tied for 3rd, 7 points apiece. But like we say, 1 or 2 games into today, and just like we saw flip between day 1 and day 2, you could see the likes of Gukesh or Hikaru leading the pack. So let's talk about how they're going to get it done, though, with our format here at Clutch Chess. It's been 9 rounds and 18 games. We've already played 12 of those games, with 6 more of them to come for each of our players. No draw offers before the completion of Black's 60th move, and we're playing pretty quick. It's 10-5. But it's that scoring system where I think all the attention deserves to be. 3 points for the win, 1 point for the draw, and 0 points for the loss. So as we saw from Fabiano in his interview just yesterday, the format definitely encourages players to play decisively for the win. That's amplified tenfold here on day 3 because of that fact that the draw value remains at 1. From here, let's talk about what happens if we end up with a tie at the conclusion of the day. The good news is, based on our standings, that the most we can end up with is a 2-player tie, and we would then go into a single Armageddon game. How does that work? Well, good news, I've got all the information here for you. Black will win with a draw, but how do we determine who gets black? the players will bid in secrecy in minutes and seconds the amount of time that they wish to have with the black pieces specifically. They cannot bid higher than 10 minutes. The player bidding the lowest time will have that amount of time that they bid and the black pieces playing for a draw or better. The other player will end up with 10 minutes and the white pieces, but needing the victory in order to get it done.
First time I want to see a playoff, James.
I mean, between any of these players,
Yeah,
I mean, seriously, you'd sell out arenas just for any of these matchups. And as we mentioned, because of the way that the scoring is broken down, with half a point attached to Caruana and Magnus, they could end up in a tie, or Gukesh and Hikaru could end up in a tie.
Right.
But with those 3 and 1 points available, the ones who are sitting at a non-half-point value cannot catch the half-point values for a tie's perspective.
It's actually quite perfectly lined up. Just in case we go to a playoffs, we'd only have those 2-player tie possibilities. But playoffs? What playoffs? Well, these players are trying to win it all before you even get there. And let's take a look at how they got there themselves. We're going to start off with world champion Gukesh Dommaraju, the 19-year-old. He should be like a freshman in college. And here he is playing against the best players in the world. He was leading after day 1, but he got derailed yesterday. And with 3 wins and 4 losses overall, with the point system, his score is currently at 7 points. Joining him at 7 is the world number 2 player, Hikaru Nakamura. He had a fairly so-so day on day 1, breaking even at 50%. But yesterday, not so well. In fact, not great at all by his standards. But again, because he did win a game, he got to 7 points. And there we see Hikaru, a man on a mission today. He knows he needs to collect points, and he needs to collect them early if he's going to catch the leaders. And who are those leaders? Well, in second place is world number 3, his countryman, the 4-time back-to-back U.S. champion, Fabiano Caruana. You see 5 wins and 5 losses. It looks like pretty even. Well, actually, he had a disastrous day 1, but it was thanks to that amazing comeback, including defeating Magnus Carlsen both of those games on day 2, while he finds himself in a beautiful setting at 10.5 points. And Fabi knows a thing or two about winning in this chess club right here. He's done it many times before, most recently getting his 5th title overall, a U.S. championship title, just last week. Will he be able to pull that off again against these gangsters? And the biggest gangster of them all, his name happens to be Magnus Carlsen. He is he's in the lead, 11.5 points, 6 wins and 3 losses. He did great against the others, but lost 2 games against Fabi. You can bet he wants to play well, crush everybody, take home all the money, and say, yes, I'm going home to my wife and kid. Daddy's back. So we'll see how he performs today, as with all these points up for grabs, everyone has a chance to win.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So let's talk about the 6 games that we have in front of us for each of these players to make their final moves and a stab at that top prize. We are going to kick things off on the initial boards with Fabiano Caruana up against Hikaru Nakamura. As you can see here, Fabiano Caruana will start with the white pieces in game number 13, the first of the games in round number 7. Gukesh as well piloting the white pieces up against Magnus Carlsen. They'll then flip sides of the board, and each player will then have their opportunity to play with white or black respectively.
I just have to say, Fabi and Hikaru haven't drawn a single game in any of the 4 games they previously played. They've taken the measure of one another, 2 victories apiece.
And I also say Gukesh had better beat Magnus right here, right now, if he expects to win this tournament. If he doesn't, I think all his chances will evaporate pretty quickly.
Yeah, if he expects to win it and if he wants to get these kinds of prizes. First place taking home 120 grand, 90K to second place, and 70 and 60K respectively to third and fourth. But there's also $72,000 in bonus prizes in play here today. Today, we up the ante from $2,000 per game 1 on day 2 to $3,000 per game 1 on day 3. That means there's still $36,000 of this bonus money up for grabs. What happens if a draw occurs, though, you ask? Well, good news. We still take that money and we port it all the way to the Champions Jackpot. This will be awarded to the eventual tournament winner. It stands at 10K entering the day. We'll see if it rises at all today. I venture a guess that nobody wants to see that number go up because it means they ended in a draw. They'd probably be unhappily finding their way to a draw and advancing that prize pool.
Draw? What draw? Nobody's making intentional draws. They're going to play down to king versus king in order to show who's better, because draws give you nothing, and only the winner's taking home that money. So nobody's going to be happy except the eventual winner. So expect everybody else who are now chasing one Magnus, who we're looking out for Magnus. Where is he now?
Magnus watch.
Classically, right?
Right.
3 players at the board and 1 Magnus left to be found. Yeah, we'll see if we can find him up the spiral staircase in just a bit. But let's remember that just yesterday, he sat down at a board after 1 minute, had been evacuated from his clock, still managed to turn it into a victory. So that's just kind of the Magnus touch, if you will.
Yeah, he's habitually a late show up, and habitually an early show up is world champion Gukesh. Now, remarkably for me, Hikaru was the very first in the tournament, and he was sitting at the board. And that's rare for Hikaru, and there he is, our tournament leader.
Let me ask you a question on that Gukesh-Magnus matchup, because you talk about Gukesh needing to pick up some points early on if he really wants to challenge for the
derailing this man as well.
So how do you do it? Do you go for do you go for comfort in chess, or do you go to throw the curveball to the opponent when you need that win? Do you go for the thing you know the best, or do you go to the thing your opponent knows the least?
You're talking Magnus, right? Knows the least.
Knows the least.
The guy knows more about chess than everybody else on the planet. Gukesh is going to have to go with what works best for him, where he feels most comfortable. And Magnus could switch up and play literally anything.
Philidor, Perk,
you name it.
Sicilian, Berlin. I mean, he's all over the map.
It's impossible to guess what he might play, although E5 has been standard for him in this event so far. Note, Magnus wants no draw. I mean, he knows.
No Berlin.
Right, no Berlin on the board. He wants to keep this game going. Outplay me, young man, is what Magnus is thinking. And let's see what happens on a toe-to-toe battle.
And I was about to say, if you're ever going to play the best chess of your life, today is the day to do it. The last day with 3 points up for grabs on each and every game. This is the time that you really want to bring your best. By the way, D2, D3. This move has been kind of, much to my great surprise, everybody used to play C2, C3 in those positions and do an anti-martial, if you will. But these days, I'm really amazed to see that D2, D3 has become a top move at the very highest levels, and Rook E1. So we have a very typical, if you want to say, Ruy Lopez. And we're so happy that spectators are being allowed into the playing hall, but at the same time, they bring a lot of noise. You got to wand them, making sure nobody brings any devices.
Sure, but these guys are starting to get used to that in their careers. They've played a number of events with crowds and increasing noise.
Absolutely. C2, C3 on the board. That basically sidesteps an issue of knight A5 when the bishop has no convenient retreat. Bishop B7. I'm expecting knight D2 in this moment. All very, very standard. The idea here is to shift the knight to the G3 square before undergoing central expansion.
And Magnus, of course, has played these positions hundreds, if not thousands of times when you add in blitz and rapid. So his experience level in this is just
off the chart,
ginormous. And he will be playing with subtlety, knowing exactly how to defend. The youngster, he is the world he's the world champion.
World champion.
He's not the world number 1. He's the world champion and looking to rise, as he's been playing very well of late, coming off the European Cup tournament.
Double gold medal.
Double gold medal. So he is definitely someone who has a touch on the field himself. But Magnus was playing chess before this young man was born.
I was going to say that Magnus is following, remember his world championship match with Nepo. He was putting his bishop on F8, playing for these immediate D6, D5 type of breaks, and making draws easily as black, I might add.
It actually just occurred to me, Magnus was a GM before Gukesh was even born.
Wow.
Right? Because they're separated by 14 years between them. So Magnus was already a GM. And in fact, almost all these players were GMs before Gukesh was born. Now that I'm
That is one of
put into math.
But that's one of the uniquely incredible things about chess.
Isn't it wild?
Are you trying to send me a subliminal message over here? Because before Magnus was born.
That's why we're not playing. One of the many reasons. But.
Well, still within theory to a degree here, though we are losing the games in our database, so making our way towards a novelty, seeing or waiting to see how maybe Gukesh can throw a curveball towards Magnus Carlsen and get 3 points onto the board. I think it might be wise for us to zoom out to that 2 board yet. We haven't yet gotten an opportunity to look in on Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, but of course this is the matchup that we'll have a magnifying glass on through the early portions of the day. Over on the left-hand side, it's Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Right-hand side is Magnus versus Gukesh.
And unfortunately, the picture on the right is not the updated one.
Right. That's not the board as it stands right now, although the one, they're working on it. The current one on the left should be on the right. We'll get there, and I think we're still a little bit off. But the one on the left is correct. Bishop h6 just played, offering a trade of that strong bishop on the g7 square. It's sort of a Maurice bind type position. With the pawn on c6, black will be able to look for some kind of central break soon. So that game looks fairly balanced. In fact, the more I look at it, the more it doesn't look like white has too much. Yes.
No.
That game between Nakamura.
I like the way you said bishop h6 offering exchange of bishops. In my day, we used to say forcing that bishop off the board. That's a very nice. I'm going to say no. I like the Gukesh game for a moment, if you don't mind. It's just Magnus has many different black side of the Ruy Lopez in his repertoire. The Breyer variation. The Breyer variation, where the knight drops back to from c6 to b8 to d7, has been a long part of his repertoire with the black pieces. I'm talking about Magnus. And here it looks a little bit like a Breyer. Now, what this move queen c8 does is it starts to look at the king side, pardon me, the g4 square, the f5 square. It tries to discourage the move knight f5. For example, if you play the move knight f5 here, now that the queen is lined up, I can play moves like d5 and to try to trick you with a move like e4, and that knight gets undermined. Now, from Gukesh's point of view, he's done everything great. I mean, everything is great. He just wants to continue to increase what he believes is an advantage in the center. He's got more central control. So I really like a move like h2, h3, bishop d2, slow but purposeful moves.
He's played the move d5, however.
Wow.
And transformed the structure dramatically, allowing this break with the move c6. This will be the main reason why you don't play d5 unless you know what your exact follow-up will be, because this move gives black counterplay in the center of the board.
Exactly. You get to hit d5. Now, the question is, can I undermine this knight somehow with a move like bishop e3 or rook b1? I'd love to force the knight to go back before I play the move c4. If I have to play the move c3, c4 at once, bishop a6 is annoying.
I'll tell you what I love, irrespective of the position on the board, is that Gukesh is playing to one of his own self-criticisms in his interview just yesterday.
What did he say?
Poor time control. He said, I got to play faster. I got to play faster. I wasn't playing fast enough. And look at this. I mean, now taking a bit of a time to think, maybe about how he wants to deal with, say, that knight or the provocation of this pawn push. But either way, he sits with a 1.5 minute advantage over Magnus Carlsen right now. And that's what you want to see. Somebody who's taken that self-criticism and actually bringing it into play in game one on the next day.
Now, the move you want to play, as he did bring the bishop to attack the knight. The move you actually want to play, and whoa, I'm seeing a double question mark
on this bishop move.
On the board. No, c takes d5 being the move. Is that true? Is a fork happening on e4?
C takes d5, bishop takes. You got no choice. Takes on e4.
Is it a queen c6 tempo at the end?
Queen c6.
Knight takes. Knight takes. Keep going.
I've got to take with the rook. He didn't do it. Or did he? No, he didn't do it. Sorry, Maurice.
Magnus missed that opportunity.
It was a huge miss, actually, because he played very quickly. He trusted Gukesh. He played very quickly knight to d7, c4, bishop a6. Now, the position's fine. White, again, is enjoying his extra space. But we think that knight takes c6 takes d5. With that move, Magnus might have been winning material. Takes. You got to take, right? Got to take. I have to take with the rook. Because if I take with the bishop, this is what you were saying. There's a queen c6 double attack. Oops.
Even queen b7 works in that position.
As well. Same situation. We're hitting the bishop. So this would have lost material for white, and that would have meant that after knight takes, rook takes. There is an f5 followed by e4. No, I've got... Boy, okay.
Maybe any help in this.
Maybe Magnus was right. He did it.
No, you should take with the bishop on e4, not the knight. Bishop takes on e4.
And then
if you play rook takes, you can play queen c6 in that position.
Gotcha.
Doing the exact same fork.
So there was a
clear win for Magnus that he missed.
Missed opportunity.
There, he just didn't realize the tactic existed, and now we have
queen
a position of relative balance, but not a position I think that Gukesh will be too happy with, because he did allow Magnus to get that counterplay against his central pawns, and it could have ended in disaster if Magnus had found the right moves. But Magnus missed it. Now, still, the space that white usually is expecting to get, calm the center down so that he can attack on the other side, that's gone.
That's gone.
That's gone. And it's pure counterplay that black is playing with now, is white's center is being mercilessly aggressed in this position.
Well, knight c5 was hitting this bishop on d3, which was protecting pawn on c4. There was no question. Gukesh had to capture. But at the same time, he got the benefit of doubling Magnus's pawns. Now, from Magnus's point of view, he says, I've got easy play. What's the problem? I want to bring my rook to b4. I'll be squaring up against the pawn on a4, the pawn on c4. Now, if I'm Gukesh, I'm thinking, okay, the grandmaster trade, as Jeremy Silman would call it. I've got to play on the light squares. You've got a dark square bishop, so I've got to play on the light squares. And I'm thinking that Gukesh is going to want to bring his knight to the c3 square so that he could aggress either the d5 or b5, rook b4 as expected.
In the meantime, Magnus is saying, look at my rook, posting up very powerfully on the b4 square. You cannot chase it that easily. And he does have central play. He does have a ton of central play, as now Gukesh has gone into all defense mode in this position. Magnus, not only that, in terms of the central play, this pawn being able to take at any time, undoubling his pawns. Which one you're going to take with? Because if you take with this one, then this one becomes a runaway pawn, this E pawn. So that's a problem. If you take with this one, then it's the C pawn that could be a problem. So Magnus can time this capture at the right moment. It is a tricky position for white, but white will focus on those light squares, as you made a point about. That's going to be how he defends his position.
I like the move g6, by the way, just keeping this knight at base.
Is the logic, though, of this rook-free position to avoid having to recapture with one of those pawns?
No, the logic is that he wants to
push.
He wants to push. He wants to advance the pawn d5, d6. He's intimating that, hey, look, on my agenda, you better take the pawn on d5 now. I'm going to play d6, queen c3, and I'm going to attack the pawn on e5. Now, the question is, if I push the pawn to d6, will it be an asset or a liability? On d5, it's firmly protected. On d6, it will need piece protection.
Well, what about a pawn trade right now? How do you take back?
Always with the c-pawn.
And then if it pushes?
Yeah, I deal with that.
Because you're going to unleash that bishop sitting on f8.
Agreed.
I mean, the pawn went to g6, not to fianchetto the bishop, but to make sure your knight couldn't come in. But after this move, that bishop on f8 will enter into the game on a very strong square. And that diagonal could be juicy.
But I am, like I said, I'm going to be playing for the light squares. I'm going to be jumping with my knight and hoping, like you, that my bishop will end up on c4, just as your bishop is aggressing my king. And if you play, just for argument's sake, I'm not saying it's a good move or a bad move. If you do try to go for that rook b2 incursion, I do have rook d2. So at the moment, this is a very double-edged affair, and both players are getting at that halfway mark. By the way, we have
made his choice. So off of that small inaccuracy of the rook placement, opts not to go for the pawn trade just yet. Going to slide that queen up.
c7.
Queen c7. Now the rook will find its way onto the d2 square that you talked about, a little prophylactic towards that b2.
And the other game, by the way, is proceeding very level fashion, in very level fashion. It looks very drawish at the moment, very balanced. So we will stay here for sure. But Magnus has made that capture, and he has pushed the pawn
advance
one square up. He's prepared to double his rooks on the B line. You're going to have to watch that. And at any moment, maybe a c3 hit. The bishop is going to enter the game, that dark squared bishop. I really like Black's position now. White is in pure defense mode with no sincere plan except that defensive setup you're talking about, Yasser. His pawns are just stifled.
Yeah, exactly.
The E and D pawns are not going anywhere. And the normal Rouleau plan, look at White's pieces.
No, the knight on g3, unfortunately, has no future on that square. All the advance points are well protected. If I'm in Gukesh's position, I'm bringing the knight back to e2. So first of all, to c3, I can blockade this pawn to begin with, but I'm really not thinking wholly defensively. I'm thinking I blockade, but I also want to jump to the b5 square. But at the moment, Gukesh is, okay, I think we do have a move.
We do.
He played queen c1. Okay, that does sidestep what you were saying, Maurice, about the doubling of the rooks. But now I'm not happy about that move.
Yeah, so he's also just saying to your bishop, don't go anywhere because the queen is lining up on that pawn. So maybe he will be able to play a move like
rook c2.
c2, curtail the ambitions of this pawn, and maybe even get an Alekhine's gun if he can sneak his rook up and get this position and really test that pawn. Why are you there? Because this knight could also come back eventually and attack the pawn as well. I'm not a fan, though, of the way his pieces are so jumbled at the moment. If he could get all those moves I just said, oh, wonderful. Just Magnus, don't do anything. But here we go.
Rook c8, intimating that even c3. Whoa! I was just about to say, you want to keep the pawn on h6 protected, so I was expecting king g7, because I really, really thought that Magnus's intention was to put his bishop on c5. Not true. What Magnus really wants to do now is play knight to e8 and knight to d6. With his knight on d6, it will be blockading this pass pawn. This bishop will be playing defensive work, and then Magnus will be saying, I've got a passer. What do you got? So knight e8 to d6, the blockade is on Magnus's agenda.
Now, Yasser,
4 minutes to 4 minutes.
James, our buddy Yasser here is one of the great chess explainers of all time. If you don't have his book on the Winning Chess series, then you're deficit in your library. Go out and get it right here, right now. But one thing he's mistaken on is his evaluation of chess books. and that's Nimzovich's My Sister. Nimzovich used to talk about overprotection. And this pawn right now, it is not attacked 4 times, but it is being defended 4 times. And Yasser even suggested, let's get a knight in the action to defend it 5 times so White doesn't even dream of attacking this pawn, because then all of Black's pieces will be released. Anyone can leave with the overprotection. Now, I know, Yasser, I'm chiding him, of course, but...
What are you, Nimzovich's agent? Get out of here.
But we do see that is a central element in the game right now, but there goes Magnus playing that move you mentioned to get the pawn out of danger on h5.
Yeah, you know, Christmas is right around the corner.
Right.
Go ahead and ship me.
I'm going to get him a first edition. You know?
Get him a first edition, exactly.
I don't think he quite understands what he's saying. By the way, the move h5 not only stops h4, h5 by White, but it does introduce this idea of bishop h6. You know, you want to push that pawn, so you want to protect the promotion square. So that move, and look at this, everybody is coming. And again, I'm expecting the move knight to e8. And we see why the bishop is now on g7. The king would be lonely with everybody going queenside. Black's rook's on b4, rook on c8, queen on c7, bishop on a6. There's not that many defenders of black's king.
White would likely have to move his queen off of this square and go to the A1 square. He would likely have to do this at some point. But Magnus now playing a hyper-aggressive move away from the pawns.
Again, he's thinking about bishop
Bishop h6 is definitely his intention.
But check this out. Because this bishop on f1 is actually... it's not just hitting the pawn, it's actually blocking the pawn. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that a Peshki I'm looking at?
I thought he had to play queen a1 to defend the a-pawn, but Magnus now saying, I'm not interested in the pawn just yet. Let my queen eyeball your pawn on f2, and so your rook cannot leave. It's hard for White's knights to really figure out where they belong. I actually wanted this knight on g3 to just hop over to e3 square, right? If it could somehow make this move. But the way it's set up now with the queen and the knight, and then a bishop will show up here, and then this knight will be in a lot of trouble. But then what is the purpose of this piece? You also now are unable to move the knight to e2 because the queen is ready to capture on f2. So this knight is actually frozen on the square, and now White's pieces themselves are frozen.
Well, it's getting worse and worse. I remember a fantastic game that Magnus won against Ali Reza Firouzja in a Tata Steel in Vaikanze with exactly this a type of play by Magnus. And there's even ideas of bishop h6, knight f2, and bishop e3 in the offing. Of course, we understand the rook at the moment, but you get the idea that this knight on g3 is not doing anything. Oh, I've got a really good move.
Make note, by the way, this rook was planning to come down to b1 as well and create more tactical ideas here.
Yeah, and I just realized that there's a worse situation in the offing. You move your queen, and how do you handle the move bishop f4? Just give me a move.
Knight again.
Give me a move.
I would have to play. I refuse to play knight h1, but what else?
I mean, I'm threatening to play bishop g3.
You're threatening to take the knight and exploit the fact that there's this pin on the diagonal. He's done it. This pin is nasty.
And the clock times.
As well, down to 122.
Ooh.
Being thoroughly outplayed ever since he played the move d5. Gukesh. Ever since. Magnus has used it as a linchpin for aggression, opening up the game with c6, and Gukesh has been suffering and now down on the clock as well.
Yeah, Magnus grabbing hold of that advantage and refusing to let go at this point. A reminder to everybody at home, it's 3 points at stake for a win here. Only 1 point apiece in the case of a draw. So the players would be effectively sacrificing a point if they end up in that draw. But at this point, maybe that's what Gukesh is hoping for.
And
while
there
Magnus,
it is. Knight is on h1. Sorry, the knight.
Nimzovich.
Nimzovich,
like knights on h1.
No, but we don't. No, we definitely don't like this. And here comes Magnus looking to undermine the blockaders again. My system, Nimzovich has. But
I was about to say the move rook b1 sure looked attractive.
But look at that last move. He played g3. That knight on h1 is crying right now. The other game, by the way, is dead even. We don't expect anything to happen there. But that knight on h1, it's in tears.
Pathetic. Just a pathetic knight. No ifs, ands, or buts about that knight. That knight is just crying. Magnus is completely taking over. Queen b4.
Take us 3 moves to get that knight unlocked, right?
And
that's assuming no moves from Magnus.
Exactly.
Removing our f3 knight to d2, then the pawn push. Now the knight can finally breathe a bit.
But that last
this is
move,
resigned. This is just terrible now.
Terrible.
How do you defend your rook?
Exactly.
Actually, how do you physically defend your rook?
If I go queen e1, rook b1 hurts. Remember that bishop patrols the diagonal, so you can't even play rook c1. If I trade, give me your queen.
Well, we do have rook takes at least.
But then the question is,
He's got
10
9 seconds of misery remaining.
Magnus is winning.
And
There it is. What a beautiful game by Magnus.
Wow.
Congratulations to our tournament leader. We're going to switch to Fabi and Hikaru.
Oh, Hikaru taking the opportunity in the even board state here to check in on the other, giving a bit of a smirk and a smile, seeing that Magnus had gotten it done and will now extend his lead over the remainder of the field here.
With the black pieces at that.
Wow. But he played, oh my gosh, did he play a boss
You said at top
game.
of day how important this first matchup was for Gukesh and his chances
Yes.
to make a stab at first place here by the end of the day. Still not mathematically out of it, of course, but basically, you know, we're entering do-or-die situations pretty rapidly here for the likes of Gukesh.
For Gukesh, yeah, he'll have to almost win out in order. Well, no, 3 points, he's still within range, but he's going to have to start winning. Meantime, as you said, Nakamura shaking his head because Magnus just extended his lead against him. And remember, draws are only 1 point.
And that's what he's looking at right here.
So he's looking at a draw right now. Fabi's also saying, dude, I'm only getting a stinking point for all this work in this game, but you're only rewarded for wins here. So they're continuing to play, but they're just too good. I can't imagine a blunder happening here that makes it any other result than a draw.
Yeah, 4 versus 4, what can you say? It looks very, very even. For a moment there, if you just go back just to this moment, I was thinking to myself, if I was trying to win this game with, oops, sorry, that was not the move I wanted. If I was trying to win this game with the black pieces, I'd be thinking the only way I could possibly win is on a good day. Somehow you would allow me this type of opportunity where I could get my king to d4. And that's the way I could win. Not
Fabi's slamming the door shut on those aspirations at the moment, and Hikaru realizes one stinking point, that gets me out of last.
Yeah.
But he would have 8 points, and Magnus is sitting on 14.5. He's going to have to beat Magnus when they play twice and hope that Fabi also takes care of Magnus as well as Gukesh not losing the next game. Because Magnus can run up the score and say, clutch chess, whatever, hold my beer.
Right. Yeah, these two guys at the very least rooting for a draw on the other board in the next game here.
Oh, for sure. Rook G3, Rook F3. Basically, Fabi says, as long as I keep my knight on C3, which defends a pawn on A2, my king on E3 defends a pawn on E4. I've got a fortress. You can't do anything. Now, Hikaru is ever so slightly better, but it's so far away from ever making massive progress. I liked what Fabi did a while ago. Leave the rook on the F file, keep that king at bay, and back and forth with the king. King D3, King E3. That he's played knight E2. Interesting. I thought the knight was best on C3.
I think anywhere you win this game is getting your opponent in a little bit of time pressure, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Get your opponent in a little bit of time pressure, if you can. Like, just keep playing. Keep playing until maybe you have a fake threat somewhere, and then an opponent spends some time. But right now, it doesn't seem as though he can generate even a whisper of
apologies. I think Fabi made an error. Hikaru should play the move A4 right here, followed by A3. Now, you do not want to take the pawn on A4 because after bishop takes, I will win back with rook takes E2. But once the pawn gets to A3, any attacks against A2 are magnified. So I'm a little surprised that Fabi gave that opportunity.
We see that
other players may be ready to, oh,
there it is.
I think Fabi said, what am I doing? Why am I allowing A5, A4? And
here we
changed the structure voluntarily.
Here we go. This is what I'm saying. Find a few threats, force him to think. You now see the possibility of bishop to F1 landing on the board. He has to respect that. And if he moves his rook backwards, then there's a possibility of bishop to g2, and things could happen. Now, a threat to the bishop, so it has to move. Do you go down and play check because your bishop could get trapped?
Whoa. Bishop to f1 check. Where do you go? Just give me a move. Bishop
C3?
f1. Because if you went to e3, I would go rook to b2. Bishop to f1 check, king c3, rook h.
He did not play the check. He did bring his bishop back, and I'm telling you, these two are continuing to play this out.
It's getting nervy.
Are not any good at all, and we see the clock times now. It'll come down to potential blitz, panic time territory in a second, and wait.
Good move.
Knight d5, forcing him almost to capture this piece, and that's going to just kill all chances to win.
Dead draw. Now the players can
pawn end game here.
Happily make a repetition.
Yeah, there's really no chance to do anything, and here they go repeating moves, and they have to accept the draw at 1 point. Hikaru looks disgusted by this result.
Both players are going to be unhappy with this result.
I think the one thing they said to themselves, I don't want to do today is draw many games. Guess what? You just started with a draw. But hey, the hat tip to both guys. When you play a good game, you play a good game. Nothing to be done. And by the way, the other game has started, I believe.
It has.
Let's jump over to it.
Already 6 moves deep over here in our rematch now between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh.
Guess
now
what?
going to have to get it done from the black side of the board, like Magnus did in game number 1 of the day.
Rui Lopez. We'll just switch. We switch colors, but we'll keep the position after bishop b5 on the board. A very, very different approach from both players. After the move d7, d6, none of this c2, c3 business. Nope.
Magnus went c4. This is the Steinitz preferred, no? I think it's called.
Oh, if you're going to test me, I'm going to have to look it up. It is called the Morphy defense, the modern Steinitz defense.
How can it be a modern Steinitz and Steinitz?
I have no idea.
1890s.
In the 23rd century, it's going to be the modern Seirawan variation. It's like, what? Okay, c4, bishop g4. Let's go.
All right. Well, as we're catching up to live, we'll just check in with the standings as we do have a result on each board from our first game of the day. It was Magnus Carlsen picking up 3 total points for his decisive victory and extending his lead over the field. Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru each trading a point apiece with their draw. Again, not going to be too happy with that result, given the fact that they've now let a point go into the ether in that ultimate chase against the world #1.
It's a difference of 2 points with that draw.
Right.
Yes. You draw the game, the guy wins. It's 3-1. Magnus wins again here.
You think he's calculated that? Yes.
Well, the thing is, Magnus could win here, but obviously he cannot lose 2 games like he lost to Fabi yesterday.
No.
And then think he's just going to run away with it again. And then Fabi gets to play Gukesh that last matchup. So Magnus wants to get as many points as possible every single round. He's not thinking draw.
Yeah. No. Again, to be clear, Magnus is sitting at 14.5 points currently. There are 15 points still available for any player in the tournament with 5 games and 3 points per game. So by all accounts, everybody is still within touching distance, but you can't necessarily rely on a 100% hit rate. Maybe Fabi, the only guy, if he repeats his day from yesterday.
Naka on a roll could do it as well. No question about it. Gukesh can maybe show his stuff. But right now, Gukesh has to show that he's not going to lose to Magnus from this position and just start showing that form he showed on day 1. He hasn't brought that to, we thought maybe on the day 1 he'd have jet lag or something because he had just come in the day before. Day 1 has been his best showing. He's got to show that now, right here, right now.
Yeah. I was about to say, I'm not really enthusiastic. No, let me take that back. I don't like H3, H4, this previous move that Magnus played. Why don't I like it? Because I always ask myself a question. Whenever I'm in the opening, where am I putting my king? When I play the move H3, H4, and I'm putting the pawn on pre, it makes me feel like I'm not castling short. And I absolutely wanted to castle short for white here. I think the king, the queen side with the half-open b file is much more vulnerable. So, well, here we go. A completely different approach by Magnus as he switches up with this move d3, d4.
And you can see Hikaru and Fabiano underway in their second game. trying to play a little bit of catch-up here. And again, this time maybe it'll be interesting to see what the opening looks like over there. Something maybe a little bit more risky and leaning towards a decisive victory.
After the game, they might have said to each other, listen,
we
play
can't
something
do
crazy
this.
the next game.
We can't do this.
These draws, this is not the
You're
waltz.
killing me.
We got to get sharp, crazy, wild. This is some breakdancing we got to break out here.
Right.
Because there's no way we could play some solid, boring draw and expect to win this thing,
tournament.
Especially if you're Hikaru Nakamura. Fabi could maybe stomach another draw.
Yeah.
But that means he's got to drop some heavy pain on his next two opponents, and they happen to be the world #1 and the world champion. It's not going to be easy.
A tall order, to say the least. So they're in an Alpine Sicilian defense over on that board.
With knight g4.
But we're back over here to Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen as we have that d-pawn, and now a little bit of the tension relieved here at the center of the board.
Well, the good news for Magnus is that if Gukesh is forced to play the move queen to d7 to defend the pawn on c6, at least he's momentarily distracted away from the h-pawn, and Magnus can castle without any fears of allowing queen takes h4. Now, having said that, queen to d7, castles, bishop to g7, give me a tempo against the knight. And in case of bishop e3, I'm not saying this is a good move, Magnus has got an issue. How is he going to defend this pawn when the rook slides over?
But the move e5 is a point of concern, right? You at least have to take a look at it, and Gukesh decided he didn't want to see it. Just go back one move, if you will. Queen d7, you at least have to
consider.
Think about just
Absolutely.
What if he plays this move e5 and hits my pawn with his queen? So Gukesh said, you know what? You can have the pawn, which Magnus happily grabbed, and now queen d7, and the engine saying missed opportunity. That looked like the only legal move. How could that be a missed opportunity?
I think that might be a glitch.
Queen f6 was apparently better.
Wow.
Interesting. Trading queens in that position. And now that e5 move that I was talking about, Magnus has played it, and the engines love this move. Along the diagonal, the queen headed towards that king, that rook, excuse me. The queen headed toward the rook on a8 made Gukesh get out of dodge as quickly as possible.
Well, I played castles. Gukesh is actually thinking this is the current position.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but no, e5 was Magnus's move, and like you say, he's eyeballing this. Well, actually, he's defending the knight on c6, but he's x-raying the rook on a8. So, for example, questionable move would be d takes, when suddenly that's a nasty discovery.
And queen f7 would be a possibility as well. The queen couldn't move.
I'm just wondering how vulnerable is this knight on c6? It looks very, very shaky, if you ask me. Like, is this even permissible? I mean, it looks terrible with the king for Magnus in the center.
I don't understand. Knight e7 check. You going to take it? Because now I will run for my life and then bring the knight back to the d5 square.
And then you get out of dodge. Well, okay, very good. Very good.
And again, by the way, the other board looks dead even.
Dead zeros.
Like nothing's going on. Over there, you cannot keep getting 1 point when somebody else is getting 3.
So we have this current position. And by the way, clock time, 7.5 minutes for Magnus, 6 minutes for Gukesh. And I have to say that, well, obviously he's leading, but he's been the best manager of his time in this competition. Has Magnus been.
Also possibly the best performer under a minute anyway, right?
Wow, and he just has no time on the clock. He keeps his cool, and he's gotten some points undeservedly from the positions he's had. But e5, big test for Gukesh, and well,
he's got a castle.
Got a castle.
Well, so what's the other move he's looking at then, right? If castling hasn't come out onto the board yet, that tells me he's looking at a different candidate move of some kind.
I'm thinking he may be considering the move queen g4. On the one hand, what is the idea behind this move? Well, This bishop is actually really good. This knight is really good, eyeballing an opportunity of playing to d3. If we ever trade queens, I might actually like my king hanging out on d7. So I'm saying, yeah, I would have castled ages ago, but if he had an alternative, he might be considering queen g4.
Well, you got to get the king out of the middle.
Of
Let's
course.
just castle the king.
Okay.
And by the way, captures, you mentioned the rook check. There is this queen check that could be a bit disruptive. Who do you block with?
Yeah, if you block with the bishop, b2 is hanging, as well as knight d3 check is hanging, queen
right,
takes
bishop.
c4 is hanging.
This move would not be advisable given everything, as you mentioned, the knight could go here, a bishop could capture on this square, the queen could capture on this square. This one would really catch my attention. By the way, he did not castle, from what his hand motion said. He played the queen g4 move.
That was the alter. Well, it was only because James pushed me. What else could he be thinking about? Well, I mean, I would have played castles, but he was obviously, world champion Gukesh was obviously thinking, look, my endgame prospects aren't that bad. And if I capture on f3, I double up your pawns. And by the way, king d7 will come with a tempo once we, trade queens. This move, by the way, has surprised Magnus. I'm 100% certain he was ready for castle short, queen g4. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where did that come from? Magnus has stopped.
It's a beautiful idea. It's a beautiful idea, actually. Trading queens a pawn down.
Right.
But saying, your pieces are extended in my territory, your knight is misplaced, my bishop on the long diagonal may turn into a beast, your pawn is hanging. This is a gorgeous idea.
Yeah.
It may not turn the game around, but it's a move, respect. When you see that move, you say, oh, okay, next level player making a move like that. You are down a pawn.
And you're forcing the trade of
And
queens.
you're forcing the trade of queens, saying, but check out my dynamic opportunities as we go into that end game. And Magnus realizes that this is a move worth considering. Exactly what does he need to do to handle it?
And by the way, I mean, not for nothing, queen takes c4 is a very, very irritating. And look at this. Magnus says, I don't want to see that ending. I don't want to see the king landing on d7. I'll play queen d5.
This is high-level stuff. Again, you could obviously force some trade of queens with queen to e4 check in the position, and a queen trade leaves things very much the same with the king going to d7.
But from Magnus's point of view, he's avoided those variations with queen takes f3. And now Gukesh says,
castled it.
Now Gukesh says, I've got everything I want. My queen is ponying up to the h4 pawn. Remember I said I didn't like that move h4? No, I didn't like the move h4. Magnus is saying, you can have it. How about that?
He's going to offer the pawn back.
You can have it. Whoa.
Because he's planning to take on d6, his own pawn.
Well, here we go.
And Gukesh said, I think I'll try and
I'll have that one.
Get that pawn back and look at counterplay. The engine hates this last move.
It does.
But not for capturing on d6. The move rook to e1. Okay.
What?
Yes. Yes. I share that sentiment, but I love the way the rook dominates the black pieces, but still rook to e1 allowing...
That does not, no.
Magnus did not. Magnus said, I'm taking that button, thank you very much, and now I'll bring my bishop into the game.
That's a
attacking
tempo.
Your queen. I will take your pawn later. But there are things in Magnus's position that are hanging as well.
Well, exactly. Well, if you're taken on d6 instantly, there was a queen c4. So this is a nice tempo saying, okay, you're going to move your queen to either g4 or e4.
But if I move it to g4, I have a knight e4 fork. Well, actually, your bishop is just going to hang. You cannot take the pawn.
Yeah, of course.
So there's no intention. And isn't there a tempo now on your b2 pawn that you have to be concerned about?
Maybe he's looking at bishop e7. So something like rook e1, bishop e7, capturing with the bishop on d6. That's nice.
Okay, but then you're saying that your c pawn is the lord of the position.
Yeah, that's my home run guy.
Because we can equalize. The material balance is equalized at the moment. He has gone for the end game again, Gukesh, with the move queen to e4. By the way, the other game is hotting up a bit.
Let me switch.
Yeah, we can go to the two board here. Let's take them both side by side. As for the first time between Hikaru and Fabi, we've got somebody who is slightly better. And as I say it, of course, the eval bar is sitting at zeros. And that's off of a small inaccuracy on this very recent move.
Okay.
The rook itself, the advantage disappears.
I didn't see the eval bar, but I'm sitting there saying, well, with this horribly chaotic position, to call this one balanced, that's tough on me.
But it's very important as we can maintain that two board. Look, just see what's happening as Gukesh is playing some incredible moves as well. It's just two boards at a time, so rich to follow. You see Gukesh on the right has played his only move against that bishop to e7 shot. By the way, Fabi's trying to get his bishop off of d7. The bishop's sitting right next to the king right now because white's rooks can attack that bishop, and you cannot castle the king. So Fabi's king is stuck just for a little while in the center of the board. He's trying to solve that problem so he can get that king out of there before any kind of attack happens.
Well, c6, c5 is a prelude to moves like bishop to c6 and bishop to e4, bishop to b5 potentially, and finally bishop. If you play rook d1, just let's throw it on the board. And if I play bishop, I see. I need the primary game. I'm going to make Hikaru my
we can just
primary
reference
game.
it.
Okay. If Hikaru plays rook on h1 to d1, then bishop d7 to a4 attacking the rook is a possibility.
And he's
knight
played
g5.
far more aggressively, and the engine hates the move knight to g5.
Knight to g5.
That last move, knight g5 by Hikaru, they see the bubble sitting right there. He wants to attack, though. He wants to say, I dare you to castle.
Yeah.
I dare you to castle in that position as we go to the full board. But he also threatens knight takes f7.
He does.
And bishop b5, getting the bishop out of danger and saying, okay, what you got?
Well, I'm thinking that Fabi is looking at bishop takes, queen takes with the idea, check this out, bishop takes c3, because the rook is pinned, and you don't want to be recapturing on my bishop on c3 with the b pawn. Now,
Gukesh has blundered terribly after getting an equal position in the last game. He's played a move you cannot imagine him playing. The last move, f5. This was the position he was getting great play after having traded the queens, but it must have been it's not even his time pressure that did it. He just decided to make one of the more egregious pawn moves that you'll ever see.
Not pleased with that decision whatsoever. After f5, you're just weakening e6 big time. He must have the concept of knight to f4, attacking the rook, defending the pawn.
And if you
take, he must be having this as his. Why did he play f5? He played f5 for this purpose. Now the question is, has he overlooked a key moment?
Well, at this point, knight to f4 is his best option.
And here we go.
But best option is still +2 for Magnus.
Yeah, and we're looking at
bad news.
Like, we don't like this knight on d5. Ooh,
he's taking it, hoping this was the point. But Magnus has found the refutation instantly. Bishop to g5, and now your position is on a razor's edge. The knight on d5 is potentially under attack. Not at this exact moment, but the threat of rook f to d1, attacking that knight, and it cannot move because of knight e7. There'll be a fork on that rook, and plus the g6 pawn is still hanging right now.
Yeah, that's what the move f7, f5 did. It made a g6 weak.
He completely overlooked this.
He did. He did.
Too audacious in his game.
Well, I'm going to bring us back over to the other one because as quickly as we left it, Fabiano has kind of flipped the script, and now he's the one with a solid advantage in this one, more than 2 points by the computer's evaluation, going in his way up a pawn in terms of material and targeting another, as highlighted by Yasser here over on.
No, he just won a pawn.
Well, that's the way
that was the pawn.
Picked off the H pawn that was supposed to be so aggressive. Fabi has to keep pace with Magnus. He knows it. And trust me, there's no draw in his brain whatsoever.
Not in this position. With
to win.
With that majority of 4 kingside versus 2 for white. No, this looks great for Fabi. And again, you know, when they drew their first game, that took wind out of both their sails.
All right, so this is going to take some time to realize the advantage, but in the other board, it's going to take no time as Gukesh is now in dire straits against Magnus. He played the move rook to c7, realizing that he simply had to get the rook from under the gaze of that knight fork. And now Magnus, looks like Magnus, by the way, could take a pawn if he wants.
He could take a pawn, but
he could also bring his last rook into the game to attack the knight, to tell where do you plan to go?
Well, that's my big question. Where does the knight go? Rook on f1 to d1, just kind of like, I don't know where the knight goes. Just give me a move. I don't see it.
It doesn't. It looks like a does. Maybe. And he's played a very geometrically gorgeous move. Knight to d8. You don't see a move like this every day, especially with his opponent in some time pressure. The knight can go to e6 eventually. I mean, you talk about fancy. That's like playing b-ball and dribbling the ball between your legs, dropping a knight on d8.
It's the Globetrotters move of chess. Is that what you're telling me?
And this has somewhat frozen his opponent. And now the knight drops back, but knight to e6 is his intention. And if he can get rid of that bishop, the dark squares will be juicy.
But the knight d8, by the way, was a double threat. White was threatening both the knight on d5 as well as the pawn on g6. Gukesh doing his best to hang in there, but this move, knight e6, that is just gorgeous.
By the way, there's also a rook e1. Oh, you gotta love this. Man, styling and profiling is Magnus, because now his rook can land eventually on the e8 square as he's threatening the knight right now. It could also go on e6. White's pieces are crawling all over the board like army ants. Black is in big trouble with only 38 seconds on his clock.
Gorgeous move, rook e1. Gorgeous move.
Time ticking down and options.
When you look at the harmony of White's pieces, the bishop on g5 doing a great job, the knight on d8 ready to jump to e6, rook on d6, everything's working. It wouldn't surprise me if knight e6 was winning at the moment. It sure has that feel. Knight takes f8, rook takes d6.
Rook d7.
Rook d7. I love rook d7.
What do you do with your pieces after rook d7?
I don't like it.
This is
no me gusta.
Magnus domination, complete evisceration of his opponent. There's rook d7.
Beautiful.
The last 2 games Magnus has played, remember he said, I don't like my games. I think I only played 1 good game. Today,
he's played 2 good games.
2 fantastic.
He cited lack of control in those, in his unhappiness. Total control
This
here.
looks like the world #1 at work.
And every piece in the black position is just in full retreat, full defensive mode, trying to turtle up. But
sorry, knight takes f8, rook d8, and after knight takes f8. Knight takes g6, rook takes g6. Sorry, I got myself excited there. Thought there was a knight e7 check siding. Okay, well,
it was mate actually. If you played king takes bishop 8-6 and rook e8, it was mate, right? So there goes Magnus.
Pair of rooks on the 7th rank.
Yeah. Well,
sacrificing in exchange. If you want my rook, you can have it. But after knight takes, that knight is going to whirl. That knight has actually been a whirling
D8,
E6, F8, D7, headed now to F6. And this pure disaster as Gukesh now down to 14.
This is one of the best games I've ever seen.
And again, the handshake.
In rapid chess. He just played beautiful, beautiful game. Congratulations, Magnus. We're going to switch back to the Fabi game as Magnus is putting his signature on this event.
It looks like Fabi going to try and sign a victory for himself as well here.
Wait a minute. 3-4.
2 pawns.
2 pawns.
2 pawns with potential. Oh, man. He could double rooks and then play maybe bishop takes on d4 eventually. There's some bad news going on here. There's going to have rook takes b2 eventually. But doubling rooks and aggressing that b2 pawn, which sacrifices in the air, That's because but he might lose his c4 pawn, so he wants to be careful.
I'm thinking,
and he's
bishop
taken right
takes
away.
C3 right away. Idea is you got to take with the rook, double the rooks, gift me this pawn, and I'm eyeballing rook takes and queen takes C3. That would be huge. I don't think you want to play rook check and rook.
I gotta say, this
oh,
last sequence.
He's setting up an amazing cheapo.
Oh,
Check this out.
It.
Rook takes d2, rook d8 check, and win the queen. Where did that come from? Out of nowhere.
If I'd be down to a minute, he might be winning here, but he doesn't have much time on the clock at all.
I mean,
He'll see that trick.
of course he will, but it was a nice one nonetheless. Maybe
What does Fabi do here, though? Because rook d8 check is a potential
on the agenda.
move, and maybe you have to play king g7 now.
King g7. I was thinking queen g5 as well, but rook b7. Okay, that sidesteps the trick that we've been talking about and renews rook takes b2.
Nice move,
Pardon
actually.
me.
Very nice move. The queen might have to end up on a3 to try to defend the position.
Ooh, I don't want to have the rooks when I'm seeing e5, e4 coming at me. If I go queen a3, backing up my queen, I'm just a little bit afraid that I'm going to lose
How do you
an ending.
otherwise?
I don't know. I'm going to have to play queen a8 check, queen
Yes,
a8
king
check,
goes to g7.
and then drop back with a rook. King g7, pardon me. Drop back with a rook. I'm not a happy camper. I am not happy what I'm doing here. Just saying that the alternative of that queen versus two rooks, that does not excite me.
And don't forget, Fabi has a 4-1 pawn majority on the other side.
That's what I'm saying.
Like 4-1.
And those pawns are mobile.
Yes, the H-pawn certainly can race down the board and make it a 3-0 on that side. And white is not pushing pawns near his king anytime soon. So that's why Hikaru is looking for not just a temporary defense with queen 8, but a sustainable one as he's played your moves. And now Fabi can play a move like h5, for example, or he can even bring a rook up. And there it is, a rook going up a little further. That rook might swing over at some point.
Well, he's got a nasty idea. Rook a7. Idea of rook takes a2 check with the queen on. Okay, let me just play a bad move.
You got all kinds of fantasy variations popping up, I see.
Okay, I'm going to play a bad move just to show the potential of where things could go wrong. Check. 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 Oh, no.
Okay, rook c2 is possible at the very end of it. You might have won queen on e5.
No cigar.
I wanted to show you what he's...
We're not playing horses or hand grenades.
But don't we... Oh, he has a queen trade possible. He has a queen trade that Fabi has to be careful. Queen d4 trades queens, and you want to see that endgame if you are Naka. The attack will freeze. The attack will freeze, but the endgame down a pawn with still the 4-1 majority, and you're not going to be able to get your 3-1 on the other side with pawns moving anytime soon because those rooks hold you up magnificently.
Queen d4 is losing.
Queen d4 looks like a horrible thing to do in this position. So now Naka's thinking, where's my counterplay?
Exactly.
And he decided to go defense.
He's worried that these pawns, g5, h4 was coming. So he's trying to set up a queen trade maybe on better circumstance. Okay, rook f1. Good move. Good move. Eyeballing queen. What?
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Trade, and offer up a trade. And
he
Hikaru said, I'm not trading, no way, no how today. Look at his queen zigzag. That queen was just on a7.
It was
A8,
amazing.
d8, h4, d4, f2.
Everywhere.
That queen is going all over the place. And at least it's keeping an eye on the pawn on f7 so that the rook on b7 can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And the queen on g5 also can't leave because queen f6 check would be fatal.
And at
Queen
the very
e7.
least, he's chewing into Fabi's time ever so slowly. Yes, we have 5 seconds of increment here. We're not necessarily expecting Fabi to flag, but you're going to start feeling the pressure of the clock right next to you.
Hikaru is magnificent in these moments where he's just got like 30 seconds up on you. He makes you stop and think each move. He tests you here, he tests you there.
But I got to tell you,
G4.
I love the way Fabi has been managing this game, even though his clock situation is really bad. Again, end games are losing, and they're both recognizing that
they're both well aware. Yeah.
Now can Fabi keep the flow? He needs to make a move and a next move. He's down to 16 seconds as he's trying to figure out how can I get this guy to panic, which Hikaru just doesn't do. Now trying to double on the A line, the pawn will have to go to A3 eventually, no matter how you design
about it. Yeah. And then you always have to be concerned about those rook sacrifices. But, okay, for the moment, Hikaru is saying, look, 45 seconds, I've got to come up with some good moves myself. Queen E3. Now, again, you can force the pawn to A3, but what's the big deal going on there? Okay, Fabi said, no harm, no foul. I'll just take my move back. H4. Ooh, well, Fabi, it feels to me like those last few moves by Fabi, he's undecided of how he's going to make progress. And he's just dropped back with his queen.
He needs a stable square for his queen. But look at Hikaru consistently harass
the pressure
everybody.
On the
and now he's played.
Whoa!
There's an opening.
G4.
Suddenly G4, and now the H file is open.
But so so Fabi's whole idea was to bring his queen. But I am not sure. Whoa, queen.
I mean, this is an absolute new breath of life here for Hikaru.
Absolutely. It is not easy for Fabi to make any breakthrough. And every single move Hikaru makes is just eating at his clock and showing him, I have counterplay. Now look at this. Rook to H1. I might show up on the H file with my queen.
15 seconds
well, I
here
would
for
be
Fabi.
afraid. I would be concerned about that queen H2 business.
Fabi could lose this game.
Easily.
Now down into single digits here.
Easily.
5 seconds.
Gotta check that clock, make a move. He does.
Queen F5. So
And the computer
hates
it. Totally losing. Queen H2 is what we're looking
The
for.
attack just crashes through.
Well, he's planning queen H2, queen H5. Fabi said, give me the, pardon me, Hikaru said, give me the pawn. I've always got a rook coming to H2. I've got my rooks doubled. What are you doing?
Fabi's in trouble in the
G5?
clock, down to 4 seconds in his forced to try to defend this position now. The win is out of his mind. Like, forget that. I can't get mated. And Naka knows he has the better game here.
Queen C6.
But wait, he just allowed,
what was that?
he just allowed an instant counterattack.
Queen C6 allowing rook to D1 checkmate? Watch out. Now he's got to go A2, A4? Make luft? No.
Check. The king is safe. He's got to play A4, A3. Something has to deal with this threat of rook to D1. Fabi somehow manufactured a threat out of thin air.
And it's 20. That was not a good... Oh, Hikaru's defended the D1 square. He's keeping queen B4 check in his agenda.
Now
but a runaway pawn
on the run.
Whoa.
Runaway pawn on E3.
What is going on in this game? This game is incredibly hard to follow for us, never mind the players.
Now queen F3.
Renewing the threat.
Further.
Renewing the threat of rook D1 mate.
There's a check. Where does the king go? Looks like it has to step.
Hold on. King F6 to G7.
Dancing around.
Dancing and prancing.
And look, he's hesitating. He's not sure he should play that.
Oh, he played rook D6.
With the rook instead.
He pinned himself. That was a shock. He's still threatening rook D1.
Yes.
That's still a mating threat. You've got to make...
Or even queen D1. The rook has to come back. And there goes the pawn A4 on the board.
Oh, I was about to say that was it.
Breakthrough has not yet occurred.
I forgot about the rook on D6 being pinned.
Yes, the rook is pinned. He has to get his king out of there. Where do you put the king?
King F6. Let's go. Get out of the pin. Go,
He's reaching for it. 5 seconds to make the move. He took
him like, he took him so... Whoa, queen
now
H4.
A swing threat. G5.
Oh, these guys are not drawing this game. That's one thing for sure. There is no draw in this one.
King's on the run here.
Hold on, there's rook H6 siding. This is a crazy
insane, but the king has danced, and it looks safe for the moment. How do you win this? He could
Queen comes all the way back.
Queen back to C2. What a shocking move.
King to D7. He doesn't want to be checked on queen B3, but he is planning to play rook down to D2 at some point, and now we see It has gone down there, and now he's looking to trade queens.
C4.
Right, but
Oh, no.
C4.
C4 has changed the whole game again.
C4, and Hikaru's back in the driver's seat. Oh, my goodness. What the heck?
did we not have a 4-on-1 pawn advantage?
That was ancient history. Ancient history.
And now check, where do you put your king?
I can't go to E7. That would drop the pawn with a check. Can't go to E6. That would invite rook to A6.
And he's losing again. His Hikaru's last move was not the best. He had to take on E2, and now suddenly Fabi's back. He's going to be able to put his rook on B6.
No, that
And
was...
check, and the king is being hunted.
There's mate on the board, mate E7.
Rook to D3 mate. Rook to D3 check.
And
He's found it.
It's up the
He's
board.
found it.
And that's
Yeah,
it.
it is.
He has won.
Oh.
Finish between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, trading blows back and forth. You saw the eval bar swinging, but it will be Fabiano who gets it over the line. It wasn't pretty, but he'll get the 3 points.
That was huge. That was huge. As Fabi is trying to give chase to Magnus, guess what's coming up next?
That smile on his face, by the way,
Magnus
as he
are gonna
reached
be playing
his
each
second
other.
Christian Chirilla
Well,
right
I
there.
missed it. I missed it.
He had that smile on his face like,
Did he?
yes, I needed that win. Forget about how accurate the game was.
Right.
I got the 3 points, baby.
Yeah, don't even get into the details
But,
of the end of that game. Just be happy with the victory and walk away.
Can you imagine being in Christian's shoes for the last 4 minutes?
Yeah, you know, we don't need heart rate monitors on players. We need them on seconds and coaches.
traders.
That's what we
And
need.
commentators. What are you talking about?
Commentators,
That was
exactly.
What was
right.
that?
That
Woo!
was amazing.
That was a huge victory for Fabiano, though,
And
when
the
you
swings.
consider the fact that he started the day just 1 point behind Magnus Carlsen, but after coming away with that draw in game one, while Magnus would get the victory, you've got to keep pace.
Exactly.
And so a big 3 points there picked
Crucial.
up for Fabiano. For Hikaru and for Gukesh, they find themselves in a bit of a hole now that they're going to have to climb out of with 4 remaining games here today.
Exactly. Well, we want to see the standings
Let's
after
take a
that
look
one.
at the standings just so that you have a picture of it.
I don't
in
know
your
what the
brains.
picture is.
All right. My
16.
words are not enough for you, Sarah. Well, how about this? 17.5 points to Magnus Carlsen. 2 decisive victories through 2 games today. We've got 4 points going to Fabiano so far through 2 games, up to 14.5. Within striking distance, 1 decisive victory in his matchup against Carlsen, and that will even things up. Hikaru did get that 1 point because of a draw, and Gukesh still scoreless here on the day. $16,000 in the pocket of Magnus Carlsen. And hey, we've had some draws, or a draw.
Well,
so that does in fact mean
Here it comes.
that the bonus money is going up and to the right from $10,000 to $13,000. We go into our champions jackpot. Right now, that'd be going the way of Magnus Carlsen. We'll see if anyone has anything to say about that before the end of the day.
You know, I got to say, Gukesh is out of the tournament right now because of his result. If you look at that score, he's got 7 points. He can only get 12.
out of the remaining
Out of the remaining games, even with 12 points, even if he blanks the field
That would give
4-0
him
from this
19.
moment and gets 19 points, what math has it that Magnus at 17.5
Doesn't
and
score.
Fabi at 14.5
doesn't score.
doesn't score? It's got to be
More
some
than
kind of
19.
weird.
It's a good point because, yeah, with Magnus and Fabiano going up against each other, even if you take the worst case scenario where they double draw, that's the 2 points that Magnus needs to go up to 19.5.
There is a scenario. Fabi wins and ties Magnus. Then they draw, and they're sitting on 18.5.
And then they both lose out
And then
the
they
rest
both
of the
lose out.
Okay.
That's the math that saves them.
There's a way.
There's a dream.
Maurice has found it, and so if you're a Gukesh fan, that's what you're hoping for at home. But my
You
goodness.
just found a worst case scenario like that. How did you do that?
I went to school for arithmetic.
The worst case scenario. Let me call a friend.
All right. Hey, look, everybody's still in it. We've seen crazier things in sports. So Gukesh is going to have to turn on the afterburners here.
Pairings for the next round.
We'll get to them in just a bit. For now, we do have to go to a quick break. Now, as we go to break, we were all surprised and saddened last week with the passing of Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And as we go to this break, all of the players in this tournament took a moment with Yasser to share some of their favorite memories and their thoughts around Daniel Naroditsky. Rest in peace.
Sadly, I just have to ask you a question about Danya. He was an enormous part of our chess community. Do you have a story that you'd like to share about Danya?
Yeah, I think back to a few years ago. We were in Toronto. I was actually a commentator, and Danya was also a commentator, and there was a roster. So I didn't get a chance to commentate with Danya. I thought that would be really fun. We were on the same team. They were kind of rotating us, and we even had a game where we had to slip in a word, which is one word, but not noticeably. The audience couldn't
guess that you were trying to finagle a word into the... Yeah.
And so we had this competition between all the commentators. It was like 5 words you had to get, different words for each. And Danya was of course one of the people also trying to like pick some words that would be fun. So that was one of the things I remember. I don't think any of us got all 5 words in because we were trying to get it in naturally, and it's actually very difficult, yeah. I remember us playing Bullet. You know, if you're a chess player, you have to prepare and do all this stuff, right? But if you're a commentator,
you got a lot of free time.
Yeah, you can just chill in the evening. So we would all get together, all the people who weren't playing, and we would play Blitz and Bughouse and all sorts of other things, right? Other games. And one of the things we did was over the board Bullet, which online against Danya I have no chance in Bullet,
right.
Just zero chance. Over the board, I found out I also didn't have much of a chance. There were a few times he flagged me, and then he felt bad. Like one time he was like, no, it's because it was kind of a drawn position or something, and I ran out of time. He was like, no, it's a draw. And I was like, no, he actually won on time. So he felt bad about
flagging you.
But I remember those times. Yeah, I think like one of the reasons, just one. I mean, of course, there are many reasons why we saw the outpouring of support. Yeah, was both because Danya was such a good person, such a friendly face to everyone, but also because he was so present in the chess world. Whether you were playing, he was there. He might be your competitor. Whether you were watching, he might be commentating, streaming. He was there for thousands of people play Blitz or talk about other people playing chess or teaching. He was a great teacher. So I think he was just like this very present face. Whether you were ingrained in the chess world, whether you were his friend, or whether you were watching chess from a distance.
But I think for me, really the memories that I'll hold very dear are just seeing Danya playing chess nonstop. You know, one thing that I've said in the past is that many of the top players have played a lot of chess online, whether it's Magnus, myself, Ali Reza, all of us have played. But one thing that you will notice is that usually if we're not playing particularly well, we will stop. We won't keep playing and just going on and on. And with Danya, it really didn't matter whether he was playing well, playing badly, what hour of the day it was. He always was willing to play Blitz. And for me, that passion and enthusiasm is something that you don't often see in a player who's competitive at the very top. And so it's a great loss for the chess world. You know, I'd also say for me personally, this probably would be surprising to hear, but definitely, you know, within the last year or two, he probably was the only player that I actually felt that I could trust to speak openly about a variety of topics with. And that includes actually like people at the top as well. So it's very sad for me as someone that I really respected, someone that I loved playing against, and you know, someone that I trusted a lot. So it's really a shame that he's not around anymore.
When I heard the news, I was really shocked and very upset. I was playing a tournament in Greece when I found out, and it was quite sad to know that, especially how nice a person he was. I mean we spoke like maybe 1 or 2 times very briefly, but I've seen his streams, I've seen his commentaries, one of the most engaging commentators that we had. And I mean, he attracted millions of like followers. He attracted so many people who really enjoyed his commentary, his way of explaining moves. And like, to be honest, he's one of the very few streamers that I've actually seen some streams. Yeah, it's quite sad for the chess world. We'll all miss him. And yeah, hope like all the negativity in the chess world like reduces a bit, and we all have a peaceful time all together, respecting each other instead of, you know, all the stuff that's happening right now.
I think the most obvious for me is that I played against him on my wedding night and on the day that my son was born, which speaks to how much I actually played against him. And I remember like one time he was sending me a message like, sorry for spamming you with challenges, but I just really, really like playing against you. And I thought that was really sweet because he was always like a little bit differential in that sense. Very respectful, always saying like, it's an honor to play you. I enjoy our games a lot. And I would tell him, yeah, I enjoy playing you a lot too, especially because we had such a contrast in styles. And it's very sad what happened, and but he certainly has left a lasting legacy on chess players and people of all levels.
Well, it's amazing. It's a great honor. This was completely unexpected. Of course, I'm the wild card, and I think everybody needs to understand that at heart, I'm an over-the-board player. This is what I've grown up doing, and this is what I love to do. It's amazing to be here. It's an honor. I'm going to try to do everybody proud.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
Welcome back, everyone, to the St. Louis Chess Club and Clutch Chess Champions Showdown, where through 2 games today on our final day of action, Magnus Carlsen has absolutely set the pace for the rest of the field. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, just so we can see how things sit with 4 more games to go. Picking up 3 points apiece across those first 2 games, Magnus Carlsen moves to 17.5 in terms of his total scoreline. Fabiano, though, still well within touching distance at 14.5. they'll be going up against each other in this next set of games. Hikaru and Gukesh, though, now starting to find themselves in trouble territory. We worked through a little bit of the math, but it's not looking easy for either of them. If they want to make that run, they're going to have to turn on the jets here and now.
I'm looking at first. I'm saying, Fabi, you need to turn on the jets here and now. You need to beat Magnus.
And now let's go ahead and take a look at who Ben Underwood would think would win this after 2 days of play. First, we took a look at pre-tournament expectations, running 15,000 tournament simulations, and I don't think it'll surprise too many people that Magnus Carlsen takes a larger percentage of the pie, but let's see how things shifted as games were played. His share only goes up here after day one, up to 55.3%, but interestingly enough, it was Caruana who was sitting at 6.1%. Well, what happens after day two's play? And Caruana absolutely showed us what he was made of, picking up 8 out of 10 possible points just yesterday. But Magnus Carlsen continues to take up more and more of that pie, nearly 75% to him, while only 25% goes to the rest of the field.
Wow.
Let's take a look at the pairings here for the next round, round 8. Our penultimate round, if you will, games 15 and 16. Magnus Carlsen up against Fabiano Caruana. That's our number 1 and 2 on the leaderboard so far. It'll be Magnus on the white side of the board, Fabi looking to strike back from the white side in game 16. When he gets the white pieces, Hikaru and Gukesh will be on our second board today. Each of them, again, needing to get it done over each other to start clawing back that kind of fair point separation between them and even second place.
It wouldn't be a disaster if Fabi broke even with Magnus right now, but if he wants to win and make it credible, he needs to
win the mini match.
Win the mini match. And if he can just win one of the games, he doesn't have to win 2. Just win one of the games and then draw the other game, they will be tied atop the leaderboard and virtually uncatchable despite all the other mathematics. But if he can pull that off, then he has a real chance going into his last round, as he will try to take down Gukesh and Magnus will try to take down Nakamura. That's what he's up against. We're really seeing the fight for first place right here, right now,
left-hand
on the
side
board
of your screen
with Magnus and Fabi.
It's a good point. This would be one of the few situations where you'd be okay with a draw, but it only comes as long as a win comes with it for Fabiano, right? And so we'll put our attention onto this board as the first moves come out.
Previously, Fabi had been meeting knight f3s and d4s with the king's Indian defense. With the move knight f3, Fabi said, no more king's Indian defense, no knight f6, knight f6, g6 ideas. But with the move c7, c5, what is very interesting is he was inviting an open Sicilian. Magnus, would you like to play an open Sicilian? Nope, said Magnus, I will play in English with c4, and now we see g7, g6 on the board. d2, d4 takes knight c6. And with the move e2, e4, we are in the Maurice bind.
Yes, this Maurice bind territory. Generally speaking, white has a bit of a spatial edge, but can't necessarily do much with it. You have to be really cagey and careful and try to improve your position, because those 2 pawns sitting on c4 and e4, they bind black from being able to play the move d5 in any way, and that is the challenge that black will face, as white will have a spatial advantage, but black doesn't have any weaknesses to really target in the short term anyway.
I had asked Ulf Andersson, Grandmaster from Sweden, what's wrong with this position for black? And Ulf had this amazing insight into chess, a very, very different insight than my own. And he said, the d5 square is too weak. That's it. I mean, he didn't say what you were just saying, the pawn weaknesses and, you know, who's king. And No. He just said that white's control over d5, the d5 square was too weak. Bishop e3. Okay. Magnus is ready to pull back his queen and force the trade of bishop to h6. Fabi says, yeah, this has all been played before. I know this variation inside and out, let's go. And by the way, didn't he just have some experience on the white side of it against Hikaru?
Suffered a little bit, in fact. Despite having that bind, he was the one who suffered. Black does want to see pieces come off the board, because if you have pieces off the board, then the bind is not as constraining because there are no pieces to constrain or to bind, if you will. Right. So that is something that he would like to see. White, on the other hand, will take this slowly, and look at Fabi playing the move.
A4. Well, the idea behind this is that, okay, first of all, there is the, so to speak, majority. It's not quite the majority yet. There's a pawn on d6. But he is giving himself the a5 square force queen. So the question is, in this position, is where's a good square for your queen? You put the pawn back on a7. It's not intuitively obvious. Should the queen go to d7? Should it hang out in the center? But with the move a4, he's looking at queen a5. Now, from White's point of view, White wondering, should I be playing for b2, b3? Should I be playing rook b1 and playing for a queenside attack? Or, conversely, should I be playing f4 and f5 and potentially playing for a kingside attack with bishop h6? Well, Magnus answered the question by playing the move rook d1, and instantly we saw bishop e6. A little bit of a surprise for me. I was almost certain that Fabi's intention had been to follow up with queen a5. Bishop to d4, a different approach completely than the approach of trading the bishop.
We should note, as we do our arithmetic,
right,
that if Magnus wins now, then Gukesh and Nakamura are mathematically knocked out of the competition.
As far as first place goes.
As far as first place, right? They'll be fighting for maybe second. By the way, second is $90,000.
Scraps.
so it's a $20,000 off a third and $30,000 off a fourth. So it does matter. But if Magnus wins right now, he will only be catchable by Fabi if Fabi goes on a magnificent roll.
Yeah. And not to forget that there is $3,000 at stake in every single one of these games. Right. Even if you weren't able to get first, if you win out the rest of the day with 4 games remaining, that's an extra 12 grand you're making over the course of a singular day.
Not bad.
Not bad.
It isn't bad, but let's just know this is not only a fight for first, it is like the elimination of the rest of the contenders in a single game and a single win by Magnus would pull that off as he would rise to 20.5 points, and even Hikaru's best 4 wins wouldn't do anything.
Is it fair to say that with a win right now by Fabi, he secured second? First or second?
Now you're going to make me do even more math.
Yeah. With a win, there's only 2 players that can get first and second.
I don't think so. No, because he'd be sitting on 17.5.
Hikaru's at 8 points, right?
Yeah.
And he can only get a maximum of 12 points. However, his final matchup comes... his final matchup is against Carlsen. So actually, yeah, if he were to get a win here, then Hikaru can't catch him. Because he would be at 20... Or no, he needs 2 wins. I'm sorry, he needs 2 wins to get to 20.5.
Hikaru's max score right now is 20. So
that's what I'm saying. So yeah, Fabi needs 2 wins to get to 20.5 and be uncatchable.
Fabi's max, it's only certain that if Magnus wins now, then only Fabi can catch him, and good luck as he would have extended his lead to 2 wins. So here comes this very important moment in the game.
Knight to d5. Normally speaking, you try to avoid this pawn structure because the backward pawn on e7 is too vulnerable. If the pawn was on e5 and there's no en passant, then this position would be perfectly acceptable, more than acceptable for black. So usually in these positions where you're being tagged with the threat of knight takes e7, you don't trade and you defend the pawn with rook e8.
He has traded, however.
Whoa, okay. Well, commentator's curse. I just gave this wonderful explanation. And
he didn't listen.
He didn't listen. So now, bishop takes, and now here's the problem. You're going to be passively defending this pawn, and essentially White wants to treble. I don't know how you get the rook on e1 with the bishop in the way, but White just simply wants to triple on the e-file and say, this is what it's all about. And it's very, very difficult for black to get, I want to say, real counterplay.
Right. Black is in defensive posture only, and that's one of the problems with this position. It usually ends up being a slight edge for White maybe not enough to win if your technique is not that good, especially if you're playing an opponent whose technique is,
not that good.
It's just average, except when you're playing a guy with maybe the best technique of all time.
Well, then you got an issue.
You might be suffering because it's the kind of position Magnus relishes.
Absolutely.
I ain't got much, but guess what? I'm going to make you suffer for the next 40, 50, 60 moves if necessary. And now this offer up a queen trade.
Yeah, I'm probably declining this, actually. I like just the very simple queen c3 check, drop the bishop back to f1, and bring those rooks as quickly as you can. Just pile up. I mean, ABCs of chess. You just pile up on the e7 pawn. And it's such a comfortable game. You take no risks whatsoever. Knight f6, by the way, self-pinning, always an uncomfortable feeling, and the king is probably going to have to go back to g8. I might have just played the move king g8 here myself.
Because you're going to have to do it.
I'm going to have to do it anyway, and maybe keep the options of bringing my knight to a better square. I see the knight on f6 as being far too of a defensive piece for my taste. But,
well,
okay.
Magnus has centralized with his rook, and
Rook
it
to
is
d4.
currently sitting on the d4 square.
Protecting pawn on c4, protecting pawn on d5, maybe sliding across the fourth rank. You could see that glide to h4, the queen coming to e3. But I'm seeing the rook coming to e1, and I'm seeing the bishop dropping back to f1. And again, I just want to say, for Fabi's fans, if you see Fabi playing rook e8 and e5, not a fan. Not a fan at all.
Let me say, we heard Gary say this very visual quote when he said, you could keep playing and suck his blood.
Yeah.
And we were like,
against Vichy.
Yeah, what is
I
that?
could suck his blood for a lot longer if I had played with the queens.
Vampires like Magnus
will suck your blood.
Not only that, they'll bleed your clock as well. So, I mean, we're getting visual and maybe a little bit gory, but the kind of situation where you as black sit here and you go, all right, what am I supposed to do exactly? Because I know my opponent is going to keep turning up the screws. I'm going to have to adopt some kind of defensive posture, rook on c7, rook on e8 maybe, and try to hold the position together. That pawn on a4 could be a target later. Just, you pushed it. Well, maybe we'll use it as well. The bishop might come back to d1 at the right time and attack. So for black has said, where is my play? And as you look to defend, your clock starts to bleed time.
Starts ticking.
That's where Magnus will find the ways to create more and more challenges, and you'll end up losing the game through just a mistake. And that's what he's facing right now.
Big surprise.
D1.
Very, very surprise move for me. I was looking at the move rook e1 virtually exclusively. When I'm seeing this move, I mean, it strikes me as preposterous, but there is this really crazy idea of maybe just going after the h-pawn by doubling rooks on h-file. It does look strange for me. Okay, rook c5, and essentially black needs desperately to play the move b7, b5. So with this move, rook c5, Fabi is playing for queen a5 and b5.
There is the move g4, however, to dramatically alter.
That's what Magnus is setting up. The only reason you would play rook to d1 is so you could do a rover. To do a rover, you need to kick that guy away.
Let me tell you, g4 lands on the board right now. That'll be like a bomb going off in Fabi's brain because he'll realize suddenly this is not about some position. And he's
Magnus.
He has played it. This is not about me going for the 50-60 move grind. This is me showing you that I'm the one with the space, and you're the one lacking any counterplay whatsoever. And suddenly a pawn storm and pieces will also join the fray. Black is starting to feel the heat right here, right now.
And we've seen the king
go back to G8. Like you said, it would have to eventually.
I know,
but H4 now on the board.
What? H4? Okay, I was sure he was following G4 up with G5, moving the knight aside so that he could do his rook lifts. Sorry, let me just put this on the board because it does require me to explain it in a different way. And if we could double the rooks on the D file, like something like rook to h4, maybe even queen to h3, that was what I thought Magnus was heading for.
I'm seeing h4, I'm seeing g5, then h5.
G5, h5.
Then take and open the file.
And open the file, or the e6 square for the bishop.
Right, if you take with the f pawn, then bishop to g4, bishop e6. We can show that with some arrows. But what do you do about this plan? To push?
Okay, so we're just putting some bad moves. Oops, sorry, g5.
He took his
he played rook
e8,
g5, knight d7,
and
h5.
And this is the question.
And so we're making a bad move for Fabi. So then if we take, we open the h file, and this is what it's all about. We just saw, by the way, Hikaru nearly checkmating Fabi down the h file. What a game that was.
And if you take with the f pawn instead,
and if I take with the and just what you were saying, if we take with the f pawn instead, then the bishop, whoop, be careful.
I mean, that's what Magnus wants. That's what h4 signals. That's what I'm going for, is a g5, h5, break open that side, maybe even pre-move a rook to h4.
Yeah.
Just to say, well, guess what? And then the king could go to g2 even.
Here we go.
You don't have, and g5 on the board.
Here we go.
You don't have to bring the rook up. And instead, he's played a bit
rook
more cagely with rook to e4.
Okay, that was a surprise. We were really warming up to h5. Now, why would you play rook e4? Well, here it comes. It's all about that e7 pawn. I've been saying, let's gang up on the e7 pawn with a move like queen e3. If the knight jumps, now I'm clearing the diagonal, and I'll play f2, f4 in the very near future. By the way, I hate black's position here.
Exactly. I was going to say, what do you do with black to get your opponent to stop attacking, pay attention to something else?
Right.
There are no plans. You just simply have nothing to do but go into a tortoise shell and defend this position. Meantime, Magnus has multiple ways to consider. He could
increase
put the pressure on the pawn on e7, and we see the queen drop back, which you called, let's make a bad move.
A passive move.
It was a passive move indeed. And here, there's just so little that black can do, and white has the e7 pawn, he's got the h file. It's his world, and Fabi's just living in it.
Right. That's really the case. h5 feels like it's play on one side, and Fabi has just defending. Queen e3 asks a very salient question. What are you doing about the pawn on e7? Knight e5?
Yeah.
You think you're attacking? No, you're not. I'll just play b3, and f4 will drive you right back. This is not a good position for Fabi. Magnus could be clinching the tournament. I hate to say it. He's got a 3-point lead. He'll have a 6-point lead if he wins this game.
Meantime, the other game that's really sort of a fight for third, Hikaru apparently is in trouble with the white pieces at that.
Wow. By the way, Gukesh won a brilliant game. Was it day one where he got that bishop on d3? Well, guess what? He's got a knight on d3, from what I can tell. And Hikaru.
Well, how about that? Minute and 38 seconds
for Hikaru,
by the way, to 550 of Gukesh. And
shocking.
A little bit worse in the position.
That is shocking.
Hikaru hasn't had a great day yet.
No.
He broke even on day one, was minus on day two.
That's a very good point.
And now he could be going minus. He's already minus today, and if he goes minus again, he will not have won a single day.
By the way, a very desperado-like move here by Fabi. He's just played the move b7, b5, doing his best to try to distract Magnus from his main goal, which is to take this pawn on e7.
Kind of lashing out, right? In a no good choices kind of situation. It's either continue the turtle defense or at least throw something a little wild your opponent's way.
Exactly. I'm a pawn grabber. I definitely do think about taking these pawns. After a move like takes, I don't know. I think you're supposed to play knight to because you've got to defend the pawn. And then, again, I'm a pawn up. Okay, that's one. But Magnus might have greater ambitions than simply winning a pawn.
I'm going to say I love that pawn move.
You do.
Because
B5.
It's better to do something and get crushed than do nothing and get crushed.
If you're going to die on your sword.
Go down swinging.
Go down swinging, make a move.
Right.
Maybe you might confuse your opponent, even though this is not the person who gets confused easily. But at least do something to distract your opponent from his grandiose schemes. Because as you look at the position, look at how much space White has. But with that space does come some issues. You weaken your king, right? You give me a little potential shots at the back inside of your position. So there may be that F4, you're doing all that, but there's some dark side to that move. That's what Fabi is hoping for. And remember that runaway clock advantage we saw? Now suddenly, Magnus may even drop below Fabi as he tries to figure out the next move, which, by the way, as you said, he could just take a pawn. You would think, this is what I played for.
Yeah, building up.
It's not what he wants, though.
With great space comes great responsibility. And look at it, B4, en passant. I was going to play B3, but Magnus felt like B4 was more forcing. En passant was forced. AB on the board. And I'm thinking that in case we get a variation just like this, Magnus is saying, okay, this knight is going backwards after. Whoa!
And rook takes
a totally different approach by Magnus. He said, you can mess up my pawn structure, and after captures, not the instant recapture with the pawn, B4, he captured with the rook. And that was a big surprise.
But this position now, though, as we see the eval bar go way down, Magnus's advantage has dropped precipitously because those weaknesses we talked about. You see those pawns advance on the king side? He kind of wished they were back, as it's not so easy to advance them without counterplay. Black can move the queen, attack the pawn on B4, and make you start paying attention. Black actually has something to do suddenly.
Exactly. And the weird part was Magnus had really pressured the pawn on E7, and he got distracted with this B4, rook takes C4. He got distracted from his main agenda, which was pressuring E7 and playing H5, by the way, as well. And I don't know, I don't feel like he's actually played this ideally.
He's totally annoyed. He's totally annoyed. We're being told rook c7 is a shot here, and I see why. You go into an endgame, but you don't want your pawns on the other side. You play g5 and h4 for a reason, and suddenly the game has become inconsistent. Magnus's sense of control is gone from the position, and he did play this way, understanding that he needed to change the narrative, but the full sense of control, he's going to feel a little bit annoyed that this is the position he's playing when he had such a dominant position to start with.
And such a clear goal once he had played g5 and he was going to follow it out with h5. He was going to triple on the e file. That move b5 completely distracted him and threw him off course.
Back to Maurice's point about loving the move.
Yes.
It shook the game up.
Right. Technically, he should have lost the pawn, but you know as a competitor, the timing was right. And now bishop takes, and now it's Magnus's king that's the one to worry about, even though that pawn is sitting on b4, looks past. But now he has to deal with any queen g4 ideas by the black queen in some incursions on that side. Thankfully, he has a dominant queen on the d4 square. But these endings are notoriously difficult to win. You cannot push through. Okay, there is an h5 move he'll try to play, but that's going to get taken as soon as it arrives on the square. That's got to get snapped off.
You don't want to
see the pawn on h6. But after rook b5 and solidity, you cannot push your pawn forward. You need a secondary threat in terms of that potential h5.
Right.
But it's not going to happen very cleanly for Magnus. Right now, Fabi is safe.
Not 100%. I still see rook c4. I still see the potential for this pawn. Imagine I play rook c4, and imagine you play rook b5, and I drop back with the queen. Queen to c3. Queen f5. Okay. putting a little
pressure
on the D5 pawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least it
okay.
can't advance just yet.
Could,
Both of them
well,
now
I
under
could
2
see-
minutes, and a rook is on C7.
And here's the trick. Do not play queen b1 check and queen takes b4. I think I've fallen for this cheapo like 100 times in my life, because the first 99 times I didn't think it was it was good. But queen e5 after rook c7, that should equalize the game fully.
Because you do start losing things, and he's
No, e5.
Now he's just throwing pawns down the board.
There we go. And
Another
there was a
en passant.
very quick en passant. And not this pawn, again, I feel that this is the more dangerous pawn.
Yes, but
B5.
your king can be the thing. He has played rook c6, attacking the pawn, and if you defend it with the move rook d8, there is a b5 potential sighting.
That's the pawn I think is the most dangerous in the position is the b pawn. Much more dangerous, I want to say, than the d pawn.
But
Now,
are you
queen e5.
sure the rook can't leave the back rank?
No.
That's the key. The black rook cannot leave the back rank. Fabi wishes he had his h-pawn sitting on h5 already and the king already on h7. Because rook c8 will be a problem if you start trying to attack white's king. That queen on d4 looks golden.
Yeah, it's dominating.
Rook d8 feels like
Keeping
the only
you
option.
honest. No queen b3 and 19 seconds for Fabi.
He does not want to play that there. That's what I was talking about. But this move is hypercritical.
Wait a minute.
Gets a double question mark
Rook
by the
takes
computer.
d6. What do we? How do we answer rook takes d6? Just give me. Does he want to play queen e1 check?
This endgame
that
starting
looks
to
terrible.
look tricky.
Tricky or lost?
So we can either
Maybe
snap up
both.
we can snap
Maybe
up either
both.
pawn. We can
You
take the
done
d pawn
it.
or the h pawn. We're going to go for the d pawn. The e1 check does come through.
Taken on g5, and now we can get a queen and pawn ending. Okay, the queen and rook, I thought maybe I could hold. But the queen and pawn, I'd be very scared. And now the queen drops back, attacking the pawn on g5. And
so again, rook d5, you still can't take this pawn. We've always got that rook d8 cheapo.
But we got the queen b5, queen b7 check kind of things. That maybe pin your rook, maybe. If
What? Rook d5?
Yeah, queen b7.
F3?
Well, I'm just saying, you're going to
Okay.
have to start creating a little air in your position, maybe queen c7 in response.
A little
it's already air, right? I got you. Now Magnus has to start finding accurate moves, and look at him
d5.
play a really good move
You
there.
still can't take the pawn because I've got this rook d8 check and queen h8 ideas. So don't touch the pawn. And 19 seconds, Fabi's a pawn down. King h7, just trying to, I don't know. This is a very, very difficult position for Fabi.
Queen b7 on the board.
F3 or king g1 he's played. He just got, I hate being in pins. We all do. I was reaching for the f pawn. Magnus said, no, let's keep the pawn on the second rank.
Queen c7, and
D5.
Magnus looks over to say, am I getting checked too much?
No.
I don't think I am, so let me just do that and
up to
chill.
G2.
And suddenly he's in domination mode, and Fabi looking uncertain
B5
where
pawn.
to put that.
Okay, b6, queen takes b6. But rook to d7, just chasing the queen away.
Oh, that queen looks vulnerable, and I'm amazed by how the queen on d4 has not moved. It just sat there and said, I lord over the board. You can flail all you want to, but this queen has been controlling the entire game.
Best actress, no question about it. She's
Magnus
winning.
always finds a way to get his queen to the
And
center of
rook
the board in a late game.
Beautiful,
situation.
but Magnus too, by the way, he's dropping down on the clock. I mean, this isn't a cakewalk for him. Rook to d7.
But now his
Good
queen
move.
could inch forward to d5.
Very, very nice.
And that creates
would
a new issue because
Hello.
secondary threat plus the advance of the b-pawn. And Fabi's trying to bail with a queen trade.
I'm afraid this is a losing ending. Queen takes, but if I were in Magnus, Magnus
take it.
says, I think that this is a winning rook and pawn endgame as well. He's taken it, and I think he's going to play f4, and he's just going to march his king right up the board.
Amazing. He lost control.
What technique.
He lost control for a little bit, but then he just took back over.
For but a moment. For but a moment, he lost control. And it was when Fabi took that stab back into the game, but it wasn't enough. Brought him to equal for a short period of time.
E5. I think he'll rue that moment, will Fabi. I'm looking at King D4. You're just making a beeline towards that C pawn. So
the B pawn.
The
beeline to the B pawn.
Thank you. There you go. A beeline to the B pawn, and
it's over.
By the way, pause to mention the other game was a draw. We thought Gukesh was pushing in that one,
which has effectively knocked those two players out.
We talked about it.
They needed to win games.
Draws do not help those two competitors.
Fabi desperate for a draw here, but this is all Magnus.
B6. With this move, Magnus is preparing rook C7 check, driving the king back. Do we have rook check and rook G7? I think that's the simplest. B7 is probably a winning king and pawn endgame.
Oh, he could even, right, the king and pawn ending will be disastrous.
There it is.
There it is, B7.
One away from queening.
So what do we mean king and pawn endgame? Rook B1, rook B5, trade rooks, king to C7, king to C5, and Magnus will go after the G6 pawn. Now he gets to save, and that's the game. Wow. Well done, Magnus. Day one was world champion Gukesh. Day two was U.S. champion Fabiano. Day three.
So far.
World's #1, Magnus Carlsen.
Continues to lead the pack.
Three in a row.
Against the one guy who can really contend against him for the top spot. Fabiano Caruana goes down 3 points in this matchup. He's going to get a chance to strike back, though, as he moves to the white side of the board in just 5 minutes' time.
He's in a absolute 100% must-win situation in the next game. He's down 6 points. Magnus draws, and he will win with 2 rounds to spare.
Dang.
If he draws this next game,
you get 9 points.
Draw will give him a 7-point lead. He currently has a 6-point lead. He'll have a 7-point lead, and you can go win your other 2 games. I've got the job done. So Fabi must win this game for this to look like anything to make it. That Magnus is saying, you could change your formats.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you like. You can turn the chessboard upside down. You might even want to change the rules of the game if you want.
Sure.
We could play duck chess if you want. Nobody cares.
I'm here to show
pieces,
the green.
That's right. I'm here to show I am indeed the man.
Time to introduce 2v1 chess.
Yeah. I got to tell you, something about this opening, sorry, but Fabi was just in a passive position, never climbed out of what I think was a hole in the opening.
And it's been all aces so far here for Magnus Carlsen.
Aces.
3 points across each of our games brings him 9 on the day and up to that 20.5 in the overall scoreline. 14.5 still here for Fabiano Caruana, the only one who can catch him at this point. But as Maurice said, he's going to have to get it done in this rematch here against Magnus before he moves on to his final matchup of the day. Hikaru and Gukesh, they do trade 1 point apiece with that draw, and now at best they're looking at fighting or trading 3rd, 4th place, or maybe taking a stab at the likes of Fabiano if he has a precipitous drop-off here.
I actually did misspeak because right now there's a 6-point difference, so a draw would keep him and Fabi still within 6 points. So yes, a draw still keeps Fabi in it. He will then have to win his 2 games
and watch
Naka win those 2. And by the way, a loss by Magnus keeps Nakamura still in it. I mean, currently Gukesh is eliminated from winning because 12 points won't do it for him. But if Hikaru can win his next 3 games, he'll get up to 21, and Magnus happens to lose 3. Which, by the way, involves Hikaru beating him too. Right. So there's still a mathematical shot.
Reality of the situation is there's only one person in the field who has control of their own destiny, and that's Magnus Carlsen. Every single other person relies on a different result if they want to find their pathway up the boards.
Well, but come on, let's be real. You win 3 out of 3. Damn.
I mean, yesterday, Fabi won 4 out of 4 to close the day.
Well, that was...
All right, let's take a look at the bonus money because of that draw between Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura. Another $3K getting added to the champions jackpot from $13,000 up to $16,000. Right now, it's Magnus Carlsen who's eyeing that purse because it's the winner of the tournament who goes home with it alongside that $120K that's already promised to first place.
That's some trash talking. Magnus could come over to Hikaru and Gukesh and say, guys, thank you for the donation into the jackpots. Keep drawing. Keep drawing. If you want to trash talk somebody, there you go. But we have the next game. Let me get that up on the board because I just want to say, I mean, sometimes Magnus leaves us in awe. That was an amazing game. And you were saying, Maurice, when Magnus established his queen on d4, it just lorded over the whole game.
I'm going to tell you something. Magnus wants to win all 6 games today. He's not looking at a draw right now.
No.
He wants to look. If he wanted to go Berlin, maybe or whatever.
No.
Magnus wants to win every single game today.
Wants to make a statement.
That's right. Remove all doubt. I have the best players in the world I'm playing against.
1, 2, 3.
And this is how I do.
Right. Amazing. By the way, a very, very rare guest, the Rui Lopez exchange variation with the move Rook E1 on the board. Whoa. No, I think this was, I played it against Anatoly Karpov in Monaco. One of the things about the Soviet School of Chess is they learned their classics. They were drilled in their classics. I didn't get anything in that game. But Rook E1, okay, the whole idea, Bobby Fischer made it somewhat popular, is to play the move D2, D4, trade queens, and like the Berlin ending, you've got a majority against the double pawns. Let's see how this game goes. Knight D7, very standard move here for black, defending the pawn on E5. Normally speaking, you castle in this position. Then the knight goes to C5, and you're going to love this, Maurice. Blockading on the E6 square.
Yes, the other game, by the way, is another Maruxi bind.
Yeah, let's go there. Gukesh
going in those
Hikaru.
That complex world, we see the pawn structure has reappeared, and we also see the trade of the dark squared bishop that gave Magnus some fruit, bore Magnus some fruit
and
against
A5
Fabi.
pawn.
Yeah, A5 idea once again of playing A5, A4, queen popping out, putting some pressure on this knight, and maybe even on a good day playing A3. So A5 on the board.
And by the way, even though they can't win anymore, or more or less, they
can win a big prize.
You could win some extra money, 10 grand if you're over 4th place, if you're 3rd place, because they 70-60. But also, in this historic tournament, you don't want to be known as the one who ended up in last.
No.
So you're at least fighting for that.
This is a shootout. This is a absolute gunslinger shootout here, and yeah. You don't want to be known as the guy who died first or died last. Queen E3. I don't know if I like that move. I mean, I think Hikaru is playing an extremely risky setup. With this queen on H6, he can't castle. And if I was Gukesh, I might just challenge and say, look, I'm going to go bishop E2 castles. What are you going to do with your king? Are you going to go A4 and knight D2 and queen A5 and rook C1? I don't believe you. My queen is really in your throat, actually, in this position. Gukesh said, okay, I'm back off. I'll just play queen E3. I'll consolidate. I'll drop back.
There was some interesting counterplay, though, with knight D4 and queen A5 in the line you just mentioned.
Yeah, and I was going to put the rook on C1 to just sidestep the issues of A3. We do have knight D2. By the way, I thought, wrongly, that Gukesh's intention when he dropped back with his queen was that he wanted to allow himself the opportunity of playing knight B3 to D4. Nope. He dropped back with the knight to D2. He's looking to just finish his development with bishop E2 and castles and say, very much like Magnus just did, I've got this nice Maurice bind, and I've got a grip in the center.
Help me understand, before we jump to the other game, the difference of the A5, A4 pawn push here. Because we weren't such big fans of it on the previous board.
I was. In fact, I am still a fan of it. I didn't like, if you remember, that when the knight dropped to D5, it was captured. That allowed the move E4 takes D5. I was saying, play the move Rook E8, don't trade. And I'll repeat myself as
gotcha,
well.
We're looking for the E-pawn push.
Let me go to the fight for first and second at the moment as I speak.
And Fabi has made a bad move according to the eval bar. He played Rook A D1 right here, right now, because he did not want to exchange queens. Bishop A6 was such a compelling threat after the move B6. And it's still a good move. And now your queen is trapped. So you have to do something about it. In this case, he has pushed his pawn to C4.
He had to block the diagonal, and then he could have blocked the diagonal with his knight, which is a self-pin. We know grandmasters hate stepping into a pin, so he blocked with a C-pawn. But at the same time, now we've weakened the D4 square. Not happy about Fabi's moves here. It's not a harmony here. On the other hand, give the move knight E5 an opportunity to be played. If I can force the bishop to step back, I take it all back.
Okay, but knight B3 played, and now bishop B4 testing you again.
Bishop B4 is a test. I'd have to move the rook. No question about it. I'd have. And I'm still eyeballing knight E5.
You don't have to move the rook.
But
you could jump the knight back again, but then you're kind of...
all of this looks...
No, I don't like putting in the pin. But I'm just saying, for the moment, and by the way, both players have used about the same amount of time, both players having 8 minutes on their clocks. Knight B3, and again, I'm looking at knight E5.
There's bishop B4. Quick slide of the rook over to F1.
That was an easy move, a happy move to make. Knight E5, dual purpose move. Gift me the pawn. Let me play the move rook to D7.
But now I think that C4 pawn is a real issue.
How? How so?
B5.
B5. Okay, B5, knight to E5.
Okay,
B
that gets
takes,
super sharp after the move
knight
B5.
takes C6. Woof. B5. Well, that would be just ornery.
That's fire on the board. B5 is a serious move.
I think
Magnus in the form he's in today,
he'd probably go for it because
he wants that fire.
Well, also, this isn't a position that you want to play passively. You play passively, white starts building up an initiative, and because of your structure, you might not be able to hold the ensuing, battle line that you've created. So a move like knight E5, B5.
But it's black to move. So
yeah. So B5. Yeah, I would say that fits the needs of the position. You're required to play actively.
But also, I mean, I understand white has the structural edge, but black has the two bishops, and in particular, the light square bishop.
Right.
Right. And whenever you have this sort of imbalance, as the late great Jeremy Silman talks about in his book, Reassess Your Chess, when you have this kind of imbalance, you want to accentuate this imbalance. Your bishop on A6 is the key differentiator in the position if you're black. For white, it's the pawn structure. So the move B5 says, what I'm doing is I'm using the piece I have that you do not have. If you had a bishop you could put on D3, you could counter my energy. But my bishop is the core piece you cannot compete against. And so B5 just yells at you to be played, to keep that game sharp, open up the diagonal, and get it going. We'll see whether or not
this is a long enough think here, too.
By the way, this is a long think by Magnus. He started this think more or less with 8 minutes. I called it out just a moment ago. He's under 6, so he just burned 25% of his clock, and he recognizes this is a very, very big moment. But, by the way, if you don't play B5, if you don't play b5, addressing the move knight e5 by something like bishop d6, that's just not a move that it's not a good move.
Also, I'm feeling like white could play knight d4, knight b d4.
Also,
right, with the idea of playing b3 in case you do any kind of nonsense.
Which, by the way, would address that issue of the bishop.
Yes, completely. Knight d4 and put the knight on f5 with the idea of putting the knight on f5.
Right.
So that's another active plan in the position for white. White is aiming for something along these lines. There's the knight e5 jump. There's the knight b d4 jump. These are moves that he will have to consider in this position. So Magnus deep in thought here. He's just gone down 3.5 minutes.
Well, he's going to use, dare I say it, 50% of his clock. He's burned 25% of his clock already on this one move. Has our tournament leader, he's going to burn, if he goes down to 4 minutes, he'll have burned exactly half of his clock, James.
And Fabi not budging at all, not moving, just stone-faced, looking at the board.
Take all your time that you want.
I won't breathe at all. I won't disturb you.
Exactly.
Enjoy your analysis,
Cogitation,
please.
yes.
Yes.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
It's such a fascinating position,
Isn't
Magnus.
it?
Don't you think? Look at 3 or 4 more moves. There's such depth in this position for you to
Magnus
consider.
doesn't look like he's ready to move, and he's just burned through half of his time. This is maybe
none
the
of
longest.
the typical Magnus indicators, the piece fiddle into placing it off to the side and then the move to be made.
Honestly, he must be looking at something ultra sharp. I think he's looking at b5 because other moves come on much more naturally here. So why sit here forever? If your bishop, if knight e5 and I had to go bishop b7, for example.
That's terrible. You just allow rook d7. And he's played d5.
And it took him forever. It took him a long time to establish that this is indeed the move he wanted to play because he knew it met the needs of the position. And 4.5 minutes spent on one move. Now, Fabi needs to find a way to fight back because that time is going to come back to haunt Magnus.
Well, is that the longest thing, James, of any of our competitors in any of our days?
If not, it's rivaling. It's rivaling. Because, again, that's about half of your initial starting time.
Right. On one move. How does that not come back to bite you? Wow.
Hearing by far the longest thing of the entire tournament.
But he has managed his clock well up to this exact moment, and he is our tournament leader. But b5 does put a question to white. If you try to close this diagonal with the move c5, well, you just drop the pawn. Thank you very much. Knight takes c5. You can't close that diagonal. If you try to counterattack, knight to e5. Let me take the pawn on c4. If you take the pawn on c6, we get in a position after the move queen e8. The knight is hanging, and this bishop is ready to aggress either by playing c4 takes b3 or c3. So now it's up to Fabi to deal with this breakthrough b5.
And I love the psychology of this moment. A lot of people, when they think playing quickly causes your opponent to be able to solve whatever it is you're going to do, look at all these possibilities, right? And if you, what I mean to say is actually the opposite. If you take too long on a move, your opponent gets to look at a lot of possibilities.
Right.
But the truth is, when you look at a move for a position for a long time and come up with a strong move, you'll see your opponent burn clock too.
As a response.
Even if they were looking at your move, they're thinking, exactly what am I going to do about that? That's satisfactory. So finding the best move in the position, the most contentious, the most ordinary move has forced Fabi, even if he noticed it, to stop, pause, and burn time. I would not be surprised if Fabi dipped below 5 minutes, even though he knows he wants to make a move right here, right now. Keep that time advantage. But I would not be surprised if he took time, and now he's going under 6 minutes, already spending time, because the move was so strong, and he knows, I can't go down now because I lose the tournament in one game.
This is it. This is the tournament, actually. And so let's imagine what are alternative plays now for Fabi.
So we've explored c5. We don't like it. We just give up the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so other options would be to get the queen off of that diagonal.
Yeah, queen to c2, but then we just take the pawn. still feels a little bit iffy. We can use the other knight to jump to d4. We can take this pawn. Knight takes c6. In this case, I'm not obliged to play the move queen e8 like in the previous variation. I can pop out to c5, and I think Magnus will be happy with the outcome of this line, even though we haven't won any material. It looks good.
We have 5 minutes now for Fabiano and dipping below.
As I said, that would not surprise me at all if he had gone under 5 minutes despite knowing he has such a massive advantage. And I'm going to go even further. He might even go under 4 minutes and match Magnus despite having that massive advantage on the clock. That move b5 played just is so volcanic I mean, in its eruptive force that this game right now is in the balance. Fabi needs to figure out exactly what plan will challenge Magnus. And by the way, Magnus looks like he's watching the World Series, or, the NBA game. He's just chilling. Could you give me some chips, please? I just played the move that challenged you, and there's a reason he sat and thought this long.
And guess what? As you're saying, Fabi's returning that favor with a counter long think. Wow.
So much so that Magnus is even looking over at
the other game.
Yeah,
what's going on back over
just
there?
Over 4.5 minute think there for Magnus to make the move, and Fabi just hit about the 4 minute mark himself for his response here. Let's go check in on that other board, as we do have the response.
Naturally.
It's d4, knight to d4. So now we are going to stick around because this is our fight for the top spot here.
And there was that move, knight to d4. Surprising for me, Magnus decided that he likes to trade the knights. I like that knight on e6. He did not capture. Just looking over there, just does feel like Gukesh with knight back to g3.
He was slightly better till a slight inaccuracy.
I see a bubble appeared, and okay. I'm focusing, if you don't mind, on the game between Magnus and Fabi at the moment. Captures on c4 has just been played. And it's another one of those bishops of opposite color. I seem to feel that we've been getting into a lot of bishops of opposite color positions.
Come on, forget that. You got to accept that you lost the pawn and start doing something on the other side of the board, from playing knight f5, queen g4, bishop h4, bishop e5. I just feel like you got to make a mess now of this position, because if you start thinking, let me get pawns, where do you end up? I mean, this just looks...
Well, the problem for me that I'm having is black structure is absolutely rock solid. There's no weaknesses. Imagine you put the knight on f5 and black just says queen e6, you go queen g4, I go g6, or queen g6, remembering that the bishop does patrol the e7. I don't see how he breaks through. Now, with this move, queen e3, check this out. This is an exchange sacrifice that I could probably get behind. Your next move is going to be knight takes c6, and or what you were saying, knight f5, queen c3. I like this. I think this is a great move by Fabi. Queen e3, getting off this diagonal.
Yeah, there's a flash in my mind, Yasser, where the queen was on e2, of playing knight f5,
right,
and queen e6, rook d7, some kind of craziness. But
I follow
just in
you.
case you take, I have this queen
g4
idea, and now mate threat, and whatever you do, I have your queen.
Whoop.
The problem, of course, is you could.
I don't have to take the rook.
You don't have to take the rook. Okay, but he's changed the
whole tune.
The angle by the angle of assault by putting his queen on e3.
Love this move.
And he still has this idea of the knight f5 move, the knight c6 move. You know, it's funny you said that black has no weaknesses in his position.
On the king side.
Right. People would stare and say, what are you talking about? Pawn,
3 pawns.
He's got plenty of weaknesses. But great point. How do you get at the king? But just right now, those bishops for black, they're busy on the other side. Only the queen holds that side together. It's a heck of a piece. It's what you want. But knight f5 and queen g5, if allowed, you start feeling some things. And now Magnus has brought his rook to address this pawn. Knight f5 is not good, I imagine.
Well, actually, if you didn't play that move, let me just play another poor move. just, geez, what's a poor move? Apologies, just a very poor move. There was this idea that the bishop, if you take my queen, I'm taking your queen with check, and your queen can't defend the bishop. So there was this idea of a2, a3. Now, the reason why rook e8 addresses that threat by white is a3 is neutralized, because now we can drop back, and thanks to the fact that our queen is protected, knight takes c6 is no threat. Queen takes e4 is the threat.
Rook e1, if your bishop leaves the diagonal, I'm going to play rook e1, and I never have to worry about that, and you've got triple pawns.
I've got an extra pawn. Please, please.
I hear you.
I got an extra
I hear you.
pawn. I'll always have c4, c3.
That kind of semi-solves the worst of the worst. I think that's what Fabi's looking for. He just played a3.
And get my...
he played a3 following a rook e8. That was
and I think if he can get his rook back to e1, yes, you're up a pawn, but it is those three not the most attractive pawns in the world. And look at this, c3 in response by Magnus. And he's saying, I don't want to see that position.
Bishop.
We've been told it's the best move on the board. He is saying, I'm keeping this busy. I want to somehow create more action. Forget about my weak triple pawns. How about this passed B pawn sitting in the heart of your camp? And that's a move that could win him this tournament.
What a move.
And now 2 minutes on the clock here for Fabiano to the 110 of Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, Magnus looking to lock it all up here and now.
Wow, c4, c3. Wow.
I feel he had to go for that knight f5 jump. I felt like that should have been done.
That was necessary.
Sooner. But now he is in crisis mode as those bishops. I was talking about keeping them out. They're fully in the game. Well, they are the only things you can even think about.
Well, the real problem as I see it is that, okay, I take the pawn on c3. You take the pawn on a3. I move my rook, and now it's all about this a pawn. I don't like this for Fabi, but I don't see a choice. I hate the variation that we just looked at where black ended up with this massive pawn on b2.
And there you have it. Under a minute now for Fabiano Caruana trying to find a resource here. Back against the wall against Magnus Carlsen, tournament leader.
This is his entire tournament, and look at Magnus just glanced over at the clock there and said, yes, got him on the clock too.
I spent 5 minutes on one move, and I'm ahead on the clock. Wow.
Incredible.
He spent 5 minutes on the right move.
And look at this. He took on b4, Fabi did. He said, I'm going to sacrifice an exchange. I'm not going to let that pawn go to b2. Good move by Fabi. c3. He's looking at knight takes c6, knight takes a5. He's also looking at, hey, that's a bishop.
Fabi holding on by his fingernails. Magnus needs to keep the pressure up, and it just seems like he has such a winning position here.
A winning position? Is it really? Why is it so winning?
Well, if you're not...
Bishop c4, knight takes c6, queen takes e5.
That's a small inaccuracy. You should play bishop b5.
Yeah, b5. Protect the pawn that you wanted to attack.
Not give you
Why
anything.
didn't he protect the pawn?
That's a good question. We'll have to ask him later.
Yeah, just play the move. And now knight...
Whoa, look at that.
Not the way I expected that
now
to
that's
happen.
cheeky. He's saying, I've got a fork on the c6 square. Don't think about playing rook takes a5 because of knight takes c6. But queen takes e4.
But the back rank, yes, there's a back rank issue. If rook takes a5, knight c6, queen d7, isn't that why?
Queen takes e4.
Yep, there it is.
Queen takes e4.
No, I was talking about for white. White couldn't take on c6 if we took on a5.
All right, well, queens are off the board. One more pawn did fall and defended the a5 pawn in the process.
All right.
Magnus will bring over his rook
but
to
now,
the e8 square, now doubled on the e-file.
Now that the bishop is patrolling a6, the pawn doesn't have that potency, and it's the back rank threats that are immediate. I mean, that's...
Sub 20 seconds now here for Fabiano.
I mean, if Fabi has to play f3 or f4, I don't like his chances of surviving this ending.
When you are down in exchange, like he is now, you want to keep rooks on the board.
Exactly.
White wants the rook to be on the board. To see this trade just take place,
yeah, that's not nice.
This is a disastrous thing to happen, and now you have to start defending your position. There goes the C pawn.
And with 1/5 the amount of time that your opponent has.
And you better coordinate right here, right now, real quick, before some tactic occurs. But we can say there are some technical difficulties ahead for black. Again, the wrong player you're playing against to talk about technical difficulties. But at least you could put a bishop on b6 and and this pawn on g4, really important. Put the bishop on b6 and hope that he's not able to break your position down, because after all, as f6 gets played, after all, a bishop on b6, a knight on d4, it's a stable situation. And this is not totally easy to win. He's definitely better, but it's not. You can't take the a pawn. You have trouble chasing the knight off of d4.
Well, in a sense, you've maximized your position as white. I mean, it's a two-result game. The question is, can black put you in a zugzwang? Like, imagine this position, and I don't think it's actually that easy for black to do, but you've played the move g6. And the king has gone to d5. Now, that move was unexpected. I thought he was trying to hold.
Off.
Well, yes, and I thought he was trying to create a fortress with the pawn protected. But Fabi is, I'm not sure what Fabi is trying to create here, where he feels that this pawn is best placed, on f5, g5.
I felt so weakening.
Wow.
I mean, he's just pushing his pawns. If he could liquidate those pawns, but he can't.
One of the hardest things in chess is just to keep the position. Sometimes players just have this desire to
progress.
To be active. People, and he's dropped the pawn.
There it is.
Now
Pawn comes off the board. He is going to
winning.
go ahead and launch his a pawn down.
And the rook will come back. Rooks belong behind pass pawns. His bishop is also patrolling the diagonal. Now something like king out of the way so you can play g5.
I mean, you can't push your pawn. The bishop and rook stop the a pawn from going anywhere.
You maxed.
Yeah. And so all you can do is just sort of stay as stable as you can over there. And then Magnus just needs to get the g-pawn rolling. And you are not stopping that pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, your whole bishop and knight combo is meant to keep the pawn on a7 alive. But they're not meant to defend against this attack that's coming at you. G-pawn's rolling home. Magnus is going to seal this tournament with 2 rounds to spare with this victory.
Yes, he is. Today, it's definitely all Magnus.
Putting on a masterclass right now.
He truly is.
He's already got 9 points out of 9 points to his name on the day, looking to make it 12 of 12. And as Maurice said, that would lock it up. Top prize for Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru as well on the other board, about to take a victory over Gukesh, so at least 3 points added to his name. That might make the race for second place.
A little interesting
between him and Fabiano Caruana. Again, assuming the result here that it very much looks like we are destined to find.
King h4, king h3, that looks really strong. King g4, same idea. Bring the king to h3 so that the pawn can be pushed, supported by the king, supported by the rook, and there's just, frankly, there's just no really good moves anymore for Fabi.
The way Magnus is gaining a tempo each time
with
rook attacks the
rook
bishop.
a6, rook f3, yeah, and he's got the same position, only it's his move once more. And by the way, Hikaru won.
Did get that victory. 3 more points go to him. That'll move him up to about 12 points, though. So, again, just barely behind Fabiano Caruana, not picking up any points in this matchup here against Magnus.
Magnus has done beautiful work. He's brought his king to h3 so that he can just simply push the pawn, g4, g3, and Fabi is going to try his best. Put his knight on e2 and his knight on g1. I don't think he can hold.
That knight will be taken eventually by a rook on that square. And Magnus just put his bishop on A8 and said, "You
shall not pass."
well, it's one of those, high class moves that blitz players know. They know that those knights can fork. Knight can go to C3 and hit the bishop. Magnus says, if I put my bishop as far out of danger as possible, you can never touch me.
Yeah.
And that's very Karpovian, we would call those types of moves.
All right, the king is trying to go to B8 at least.
At least, yeah. Well, I mean, for sure, dealing with the pawn on G1 and at least put the king on B8. That would be nice.
Oh, no, the knight has just gone up the board.
Ooh. What?
It's headed for the bishop.
It's going for C7, yeah.
No.
But now at best you're trading the bishop off and we still queen on the other side.
Well, no, we're going to go king G3, rook F2. We're not going to let you sacrifice, sorry.
What I'm saying is you can't even push your pawn to A8 anyway. The bishop was there and now it's left.
Right.
So you're still in the same boat. Here comes the knight. Back
Knight
again.
should be on G1. The king should be on B8 for Fabi. Rook attacks bishop.
Ready to take that bishop. And where do you hide it?
By the way,
oh, no, you have no place. There's no place to put it. It's dominated on the square.
If you put it on B6, we've got.
Yeah, it goes to G1, but
and
now
rook
it's dead
attacks,
in the water.
and that's it. That's the end of the game. He's about to win that bishop straight. He could just promote.
Now a queen.
There's a queen. It must be taken, and there's some kind of dream of maybe getting at least the bishop for the pawn, but it's not going to work.
Nope.
Rook slides over.
You can't even play king C7 because of rook B7. Now we can drive the king. We can drive the king away with the move bishop B7 check, or force it, pardon me, to drop back. Rook up. This is easy technical win for Magnus. Magnus again. I'm not going to get forked by the knight. He's just ready to move his king, glide his king over to the queen side.
At best, you can play into what? King and rook against king.
I don't know what you can
do. Which is still lost.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Queen? What? No, queen, rook check. Rook check on A1. If we make a queen,
4 seconds.
Don't take it.
Knight B5. He's still not threatening to promote anything. Knight C3.
Rook check.
Fabi's showing some fight, but it's not going to be enough here.
Well, it's a rook. What can I say? It's a rook.
He knows he's moments away from resigning. He'd love to put his knight on B6 maybe and do something, but even that doesn't help because of a check. Here we go. Magnus just needs to bring his king closer because knight B6 doesn't do anything because of this rook move. And now king moves, and here comes the king one step closer
to the A pawn.
And knight B6 will be met by king to C7. And you have no chance. And Magnus has just won the tournament.
Fabiano admits defeat, and an undefeated Magnus on day 3 of the tournament. He gets it done across 4 games. Doesn't even need the final 2 to take the top spot here at Clutch Chess Champions Showdown.
A performance for the ages.
He just
won
four in a row.
Saving his best for last.
Came up
number
clutch
1.
on the final day. It's an aptly named tournament. I'll give you that one.
The guy's got the gene. And I'm not talking about the G-Star raw genes. He's got the clutch gene in his system. He wanted to play good chess. That was what he was after, and he did that and then some today.
Day 1, day 2, frustration from our champion in not having the kind of control that he's used to on the 64-square board. But today, he has shown us why he is the world #1. Your 2025 Clutch Chess Champions Showdown winner is none other than Magnus Carlsen, taking home $120,000 plus an absolute ton of bonus money. Not just for his decisive victories, he's taking every little bit of that champions jackpot that was, fed into from the draws we've taken over the past 3 days.
He'd like to draw the next few games, wouldn't he? Because
Not just win them.
He just takes that money with him. Like
but he also takes him if he wins it.
I know.
Right.
I'm just saying.
He wants the other board to draw.
Exactly.
Yeah. He wants the other board to draw. All right,
Oh,
time
my
for a little bit of
gosh.
Stump the Commentators, our last opportunity to stump the commentators, because I didn't get you with my last question.
I think we had Nakamura.
You
We
guys both had it correct last time around. Let's see if you can get this one. Fabiano Caruana had a dominant performance in the Clutch Chess 2020 semifinals. How many points did he beat Dominguez by? There were 18 total points possible.
I do not remember.
Now, respective answers: A, 5 points; B, 7 points; C, 10 points; D, 12 points. It seems like these guys need a few minutes to think. I wouldn't be surprised if you at home need some time to think about the answer to this question. So don't worry, we got a short break. On the other side, I'll reveal the answer to that question. And as we go, let's stop by and get a quick word from Gukesh. We'll see you on the other side.
Gukesh, thank you so much for joining us. A big, big St. Louis welcome for you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here, especially the first time that I'm going to play in the club.
Renovated
club. It's always under renovation. Now it's done. So
Wow.
I'm excited for it.
Have you seen how big it is? What an amazing club.
True.
Wow.
Glad to be.
When I was growing up in chess, a topic of conversation was always, what was the strongest chess tournament ever held? And the chess historians, New York, Avro, Linares tournaments. Now we flash forward to this moment today in 2025, and we have the 4 biggest names in chess.
Right.
Give me your perspective about this tournament.
It's a very special tournament for sure.
Right.
Like it's always great to play against these players, and a single tournament only against these players. And you know, like we also play a lot of games in 3 days. We play like 18 games against all these amazing 3 players. It's a great opportunity for me. It's a rapid tournament. It's 10+5. It's still a great learning experience. I think like in classical, for example, Norway chess has been one of the most elite events.
Stand out, absolutely.
Yeah, most elite events. In that sense, for rapid, there's like exclusively all the topmost players. So yeah, it's quite exciting.
A quick question for you. Do you have any advice for your opponents? What they need to do to stop you?
I mean, I'm sure they know what to do.
They'll have to figure it out on their own. Of the formats that we could have chosen, what would have been your preferred format?
I mean, in general, it's quite well known. I enjoy classical the most. I mean, any format I would love to play against these guys.
Exactly.
It's always a learning experience for me, no matter the format. But yeah, if it was up to me, I would choose classical. Yeah, like a 10-day long tournament.
Right.
Let's say double or triple round robin. Not triple round robin.
No, that's too much.
That's
double sounds
double round
perfect.
robin,
Yeah, perfect. Lovely. Thank you, Gukesh.
Thank you.
And good luck in the Champion Showdown.
Thanks a lot.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, Titans of Chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
The matrix board, collinearity, the crosspin. These are terms that are not often thrown around in the chess world, but they all have the idea of geometric complexity that you really should learn if you want to be able to play chess on a higher level, and especially to stimulate your vision, your ability to see the chessboard in a brand new way. This rook is stopping this pawn. This bishop is stopping this pawn. And now we have the concurrent point right here, and we see the right move is bishop to f5, a sparkler. If you take with the rook, the c-pawn queens. If you take with the bishop, the f-pawn queens. That's the game. Top grandmasters understand this core quite intimately. They know it like the back of their hands. And you can tell a chess prodigy by how easily they intuit the secrets of chess geometry.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the St. Louis Chess Club Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. Before the break, Magnus Carlsen got it done. His 4th win on the day to lock up the top spot here at Clutch Chess Champions Showdown.
Wow.
As you can see, 3 points per game, adds 12 to his total, puts him in an untouchable position at 23.5 points overall. Already $22,000 in bonus money, guaranteed $120,000 prize purse, and whatever sits in that Champions jackpot at the end of our final 2 games here today. That is your champion right there, none other than the world #1. Wasn't happy with the kind of chess that he was playing on the first 2 days of the tournament, but I'd venture a guess to say he's much happier with the way he's shown up today. Now, perhaps more importantly, at least for these 2 guys here, is what's the answer to that question I tossed to you before we went to the commercial? Stop the commentators. Fabiano had a dominant performance in the 2020 semifinals of Clutch Chess. How many points did he beat Linier Dominguez by? There were a total of 18 points possible. Your answers, please.
I had a very, very difficult time taking myself back because I was so focused on today's finals as well as the finals that took place in 2020. I'm going to go with C. I know it was a good number, but I just don't know how big it was. So I'm going to go with C, 10 points.
C for 10.
First of all, asking a question like this is like asking who beat who in the playoffs. Not even the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Championship.
I love the couching of all of our answers.
I'm protesting this question. But nevertheless, still under protest, I'm going to go with D and say it was a fully dominant performance.
Okay, well, your protest is noted and disregarded. Now, for the reveal to the answer of our question.
One of us is right.
It is
D12. One of us is right. Good.
15-3. So absolute dominance out of Caruana. I mean, akin to probably the performance that he put up yesterday. Maybe hoping to have shown a bit more of that look here today. But while we have decided who our #1 holder is, there is still very much in play second place in our tournament here between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. So let's take a look at the final pairings for the day. It's Fabiano going up against Gukesh Dommaraju with the white pieces for the first game, and then he'll flip to the black side of the board. Magnus and Hikaru, they're going to be paired up for the final 2 games. Magnus starting with white and Hikaru getting to end on white.
The question of the day, does Magnus want to blank the field on the last day?
Oh,
of course he does.
With every fiber of his being. When you get an opportunity to do a Fischer-esque perfect score, come on, against this group of gangsters, that's people will talk about this for the history books.
We saw him go 9-0.
We
saw him go 9-0 in one of those rapid and blitz.
Yes, yep.
And it meant so much to him.
It did.
This is a number no one will ever in history of time do better than my 9-0. Because you can't.
Perfect.
And in this big Clutch Chess, the inaugural event, for me to take the last day and go 6-0, no one in the history of time will break this record.
Right.
And so he doesn't want to just like, oh, it's over or whatever, I lose my concentration. He's probably sitting there going, focus, go in there and kill this man and win 2-0. Now, Naka could try to spoil it by playing some kind of opening line that's a little cagey, but the way Magnus is playing right now, I think Magnus will avoid all drawish lines.
Yeah.
And for Hikaru, by the way, he is fighting for the second place.
Right, he's in a really interesting spot right now.
Please, Jake.
Because he only has a 2.5 point advantage over Fabiano Caruana, right? So assuming a loss.
Over Fabi? No, you mean
Sorry, other way around. He's a 2.5 points behind Fabiano Caruana. Excuse me. Thank you for that
correction. He needs a win.
He needs a win, but that's the thing. He gets a win. If Fabiano continues to struggle here, because of that 2.5 point, right, they're easily going to be leapfrogging each other. So
and that's a 20,000 point difference. $1 difference. So there's a lot of money on the line, and Magnus somehow manages
to be late.
To this final game. I mean,
he's in the interview room, but waiting to get interviewed for winning the tournament, forgetting that he still had 2 more games to play.
Magnus, where you at, bro?
It's your party, Magnus. Okay, while Magnus is away, obviously, Fabi and Gukesh are at play. And what do we have? Oh, we have one of these really ultra-modern ways of meeting the English with a very, very early D5. Ridiculous. Knight C3, Queen D8. Back in my day, we would have laughed the opponent out of the tournament hall if somebody had played this way as black. in my day against
So what's different now? What's been studied or learned since then that it's not
the
so
engine's
laughable?
Approved.
They just said
the
no,
engine
it's
said it's actually
right.
legit. It's not a bad way of meeting this particular opening. I still have my doubts, but hey, there you go. I'm not going to argue with the engines when the engine says perfectly decent.
In balance.
There you go.
As far as Gukesh is concerned, he wants to make at least a decent showing to close out
Of course.
this event, so he doesn't want to just stay at the bottom. If he can win a couple of games, then he rightfully jumps into, is it third place?
Yeah, he can't catch Caruana because he sits 6.5 points behind Caruana, but he can catch Hikaru, who is about to run into the brick wall of Magnus Carlsen.
Who's a minute and a half late. That brick wall is just getting
Brick
fixed.
walls are notoriously slow-moving. So.
Exactly. His clock was started by Chris Bird, you saw. And by the way, Hikaru was laughing because he was actually saying, I don't need the time. But Chris, no, I'm a stickler for the rules.
And Magnus has gotten up again.
He forgot his water.
Water?
He keeps getting to the board without the water. Well, I see the water bottle.
He just put the water down, took the jacket off. I'll sit. I know. I'm losing some seconds of clock. So what? Let me just take a swig right now. Yep. I'm feeling thirsty.
He's in his zone now.
By the way, is Magnus getting, again, yet another opportunity of playing Maurice with C2, C4, followed by D2, D4?
Whoa!
Oh, a wing gambit.
More a gambit style here.
This is not supposed to be that good for white because of the move D7, D5 right here, right now. But Hikaru is just thinking, does he smell a rat?
Yes. Absolutely.
So everybody and his brother for the last 100 years have been playing knight takes d4, c2, c3, offering a pawn gambit, pawn takes, knight takes, and white's intention is to use his development as quickly as possible to get in, launch an attack against the f7 pawn and black's king. Now, what you're usually supposed to do here as black is not take the pawn, but rather offer a counter in the center with the move d7, d5.
Yeah, that's captured the
Whoa, Hikaru's saying, I need to win this game as black for my second place.
That's right.
And he's going all in.
Magnus did not sack a pawn casually, and he's playing straight into King's Smith-Morra territory. Castles, he's down a pawn, but he has free-flowing development. Usually, it's possible to shut down the aggression. And, of course, the engines will scream, we just took a pawn. We don't believe you.
Right.
But Magnus...
practically.
Yes, has some tricky, picky stuff up his sleeves. And also his opponent, Hikaru, despite Magnus having come almost 2 minutes late, or a minute and a half, and then wasted even more time, it's Hikaru who is thinking, and look at his clock go.
Yeah. D7, D6, so, whoa.
Provocative?
This smacks.
Second pawn sacrifice.
Of home preparation. E5. Let me check this out. Of all the squares on the chessboard at this exact stage, the E5 square is covered no less than 3 times. Let's go. You may think you're protecting E5. I don't believe you. What a move.
And now Hikaru is worse on the clock than Magnus.
Remarkable.
That is just insane. And Magnus, he is looking to demolish his opponents in all styles. Correct chess, end games, sacrifices, gambits from way back.
Crazy. Love it.
Incredible.
Love it. I mean, bringing the entire broom closet of tools.
You've got to take this pawn, though.
Oh, yes.
But now it's just a matter of which of these 3 captures. You're probably not taking the pawn.
Right.
Because then you're going to lose
castling,
right?
The weird part is if I ever have to play King F8.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
I would be genuinely thinking about Bishop takes E5 here. Because knight takes, at least in my mind's eye, I do have F7 covered. And I do have the idea of King F8 to G7 and Knight to F6.
And
let's
look at
see
this.
what he
Knight
did.
H6, he's ignored the pawn.
Whoa.
He believes Magnus. So whatever you had up your sleeves, I don't even want to see it.
I believe you.
But he could have captured the pawn, and maybe should have captured the pawn. But this now, Magnus says, okay, let's go. Let me take, and I've got my pawn back, and he's trying to bail into equality.
I'm just giving you back the pawn. I'm just going to recognize that whatever you have prepared for me, I'm avoiding. But now...
Just take another. Gobble it up.
Yeah, but now with that knight off sides on the, the h6 square, sure looks like...
Now yeah, exactly. This looks beautiful for white.
Sure looks like it's much easier.
And that's where they're going right now. We just saw another pawn come off the board.
Trade.
Queen will quickly recapture.
It happened.
Well, the very sophisticated bluff of this Smith-Morra gambit has played out. Magnus
paid off.
Has equalized clock times as far as he's concerned. He has a nice free-flowing position. Nakamura will have to defend this, and he said, look, whatever. I'm not walking into those crocodile-infested waters. But now Magnus with easy play, a knight to d5, a rook to e1. It's just
a lot of easy tempo. Grandmasters, myself, most especially, just love developing with a gain of time. So what we mean is I bring my bishop to g5, I develop my bishop, but I also attack your queen, so I'm developing with tempo. You have to react. Rook to e1, knight to d5. A lot of what I would call happy moves for Magnus right now.
You know, Magnus is trying to make Hikaru decidedly unhappy, and he doesn't want to make any moves that's imprecise. There we see knight d5 on the board. Find the right square for your queen, please, and queen c5.
Just to boldly point out the obvious, if you go to d6, this is, again, one of those tempo moves. Bishop comes to, if you go back to d8, again, this is one of those tempo moves. Develop with gain of time against the queen. So there was only one square, but hey, it's a counter hit, developing with the tempo against the bishop. And now I think the bishop just dropped back because it was, and again, Magnus has got one idea in mind, and it's a very strong idea, developing with the tempo, bishop e3.
There's only one thing for him to watch out for, is the bishop g4 and takes on f3, followed by knight d4, takes on b3, and just liquidate all those puppies off the board, the more dangerous pieces. That's, I think, the only thing that Magnus has to look at. And Hikaru, no doubt, is trying to figure out, does this solve the problems for me?
There's a trick. Sorry. It's knight f6 check. So you do have to pay a little attention. You're going to have to go bishop takes f3. And I don't, there is knight d7, apologies. Knight f6 check does win material. There is.
So he cannot get away with that.
He doesn't have
in this position. So he needs to figure out then how to bother Magnus's pieces.
I think it has to be knight f5. You do not want to see the bishop coming to e3 with that gain of tempo that we're seeing. That would actually be very injurious.
That said, that knight does interfere with the bishop's development, and knight c7 is going to be a move that is a potential fork you have to worry about. So maybe if you play knight to f5, I can play bishop f4, although you may or may not think about taking my b pawn.
Followed by rook c1. Yeah, bishop b2, no. Not in this open position, bishop b2, because this rook is going to come to c1 after rook b1, and I don't want to put my bishop on a3 with my king massively exposed. I like this move, bishop f4, but I'm wondering, Maurice...
By the way, Hikaru has not yet played knight to f5.
Right.
He is stuck on this moment in the game.
Truly.
And I think part of the reason... that bishop on f4, knight c7. What if knight c7 first, then bishop f4?
Yeah, that's another approach. I'm seeing not ghost. I'm seeing real threats that Hikaru has to defend against. But he hasn't played the move knight f5. I don't see another solution, frankly. We've already rejected bishop g4 because the bishop takes h6. I think we should reject bishop e6 because of bishop e3, queen a5,
And he's about to reach for the bishop, and it is now on e6.
Look at that, just in time. With 5 minutes and 1 second to his name, onus back on Magnus Carlsen, who now finds himself with a sizable clock advantage, a little over a minute.
Okay, so let's say I go bishop to d2. Where's your queen heading? Just
Like
give me a
back
square.
home.
Go back home. Bishop to g5. Where's your queen
point.
heading?
Knight f6 check is coming.
That's my point. This looks very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Ooh.
With Magnus having had more than a minute advantage on the clock, by the way, with that bishop e6 think. So Magnus is very clear on the fact that now is the time to make his opponent suffer the most, as Black has made the final developing move of a minor piece, and rooks will start to stream into the game. The rooks are connected, and so Magnus has to do something right here, right now, that tries to prove that he has an edge. A rook is going to land on a d8 square, and Magnus will find his knight pin.
Not unless I play bishop d2 and force your queen to occupy the d8
So the point, that's the reason why you play this move.
Exactly.
Because there's a rook headed to this square,
pinning
and then
that knight.
hitting this knight all the way through to the queen. So that is something Magnus is aware of, and there he goes. He's found your suggestion there, Yaz, bishop to d2, and say, where are you going to put your queen? If you go back,
then I got
get
my
a
rook.
free extra happy move, as you call it.
Oh, yeah.
To gain time. So this move is definitely going to cause Hikaru a bit of grief, as his queen is being chased willy-nilly around the board.
Bouncing
He's
around
probably
the
going to be on the run for another couple moves here.
Absolutely, but I'm sorry, there's no choice. You cannot go to queen b5 or queen a6. That just invites knight c7, forking the queen and the rook. So that's no good.
There's only one.
The queen has to go back to d8.
And watch
bishop
that
has to go
bishop.
to g5. Now here, by Magnus, I can play bishop d2 and claim the bonus.
Correct.
That's very true. You're right. You're right.
I got the
But
bonus.
he wants the
He
18
wants the
points on the
perfect.
day. 18 points
But
on the day.
let's see it right now. We are going to see Magnus Carlsen's character right in this moment. Okay, he could play bishop d2, and we'd say that's a good choice. You
Get the bonus money, $3,000.
Your
won
knight
anyway.
f6 move.
But let's see if he shows something different in this moment. This is what we saw him doing with Levon Aronian back in 2013 in the Singfield Cup. You and I were flabbergasted when we saw it. If Magnus makes a different move right here, right now, because most people would say, just play bishop d2, the tournament's over, and I win the money.
And you get
actually
3K.
win the money on the game for drawing, because I'm going to get that money anyway. Look at Magnus stopping thing. That's already showing his character.
Yeah.
Already.
No, he's looking at how do I win this game? Now, how do I improve my... I have an advantage. How do I improve my advantage? And that is a question because it's not intuitively obvious. Yes, yes, and yes. You can play moves like knight f6 check, followed by bishop takes e6 and spoil Black's pawn structure. But Magnus is maximalist. He's not looking at pawn structure spoiling. He wants to play a move like rook c1, rook takes c6, knight e7 check kind of moves. For the moment, you're not threatening rook d8 because the bishop on g5 protects that square.
I'm loving this. I mean, he's still there thinking about it and wondering what he should do next. And it's just literally every professional would say, you have the money. You draw this game, you still get the money from this game because you're winning it in the champion's bonus.
Right.
And he's sitting there
going, no.
Maybe even willing to blemish a perfect score, but maybe lose this game. Look at his time tick down. And trying to solve what is the best move I should play right here, right now. And again, we saw him do this, Yaz, against, and he's done it. He's played another move.
Rook c1.
Rook c1, showing the character of the best player of all time. Kudos once again. Here we see it. Let's play chess.
Magnus, tip of the hat. Just marvelous. You are a legend, my friend. Wow.
This is so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary to do it. He shows it yet again.
What are you thinking? What were you thinking?
Awesome.
I mean, the guy, let's
what
play.
Were you thinking?
Come on.
What were you thinking?
He's putting on a show for us.
And it also says to your opponent, yeah, sure, I could take a draw. But you know what? I'm hunting.
Yeah.
I'm hunting. That's what I'm doing. And so you may have relaxed But I think Hikaru knew who was up against.
I will say, it's good news for Hikaru, though.
Yeah.
Who is still trying to chase Fabiano
Exactly.
down, right?
Yeah, he may get his chance as
massive
well.
respect and hats off to Magnus, but for Hikaru, this is actually his best opportunity here. That Magnus.
And
is willing
look
to
at
keep
this. He's sacrificing an exchange. He's saying, Hikaru is saying, yeah, I think it's so important that I get my rook to the D file. I'm gonna give you bishop takes. I guess he wants to play rook takes, but has he made the right decision? There is a rook takes.
And a 97 knight
A
c6
97 knight c6 trick. Maybe there is b2 hanging at the end of it. I don't know. It looks like Magnus could potentially win material with bishop takes d8 and rook takes c6.
That's a bold move by
I know, Hikaru. Gotta love it.
Fantastic one, apparently, giving even a slight edge to black, according
No way, wow.
He got a double exclam on that move.
Fantastic. But wow.
Did Magnus make the right decision?
It's costing them both a lot of time on their clocks because these are difficult decisions that they're navigating here.
I think he overlooked this move, did Magnus? And he's like, okay.
They're going down the line that
maybe I just need to go down this equal line.
Right. Knight takes.
Here we go.
Wow,
C6.
look at this.
Wow, they're going right
flurry.
through. They're going right through our main position. We analyzed knight takes A5 just a second ago.
Now, why do we pause here, though?
Because rook D1 and rookie D8 mate is playable.
Oh, good spot. Rook takes D.
Well, he just took right away.
He recaptured the
There
queen.
we go, yeah.
Was rook takes D1?
It was. He just moved the queen back and then take your rook when it lands on D8. So that was
Okay.
just which one was superior.
Right. And at the moment, rook on D1 is hanging, as is the bishop. Well, it's not hanging, but if I take on E6, I will at least damage the pawn structure to a potential knight G5.
The B2 pawn has been hanging for quite some time.
And with this move,
Not any longer.
knight C4 defends the B2 pawn. And
Bishop opposite.
Draw.
Even
is
the greatness
inevitable.
of Magnus Carlsen.
Whoa.
In this position.
No, knight G5, king G7. I just had a temporary brain infarction that I was winning the H7 pawn.
But like we said, just for Magnus to
Whoa.
No, they're going straight to a draw. Right
sorry.
now.
Yeah.
They're going
Sorry,
straight to a
they
draw.
are.
And there's nothing Magnus could do about it, and they have accepted it.
He tried.
He did.
But that was great. I
was
love the
spectacular.
decision of rook C1. Even it didn't pay dividends. He was chasing immortality.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just shows his...
Yeah, curious what they're talking about here.
They're talking about taking on E5, and Hikaru was saying, I didn't want to see Queen B3, so I castled. I just returned the pawn and castles. But
let's get to the other game, because
Please.
Bobby could now clinch second place.
Clinch
with a win.
second. Because
That's correct. That's very correct. Because Naka only gets 1 point there to move up to 13 in his total from 12. Caruana sits on 14.5, adding 3 points here with only 1 game to go, puts him out of reach of Hikaru Nakamura. Granted, at least as we take a look at the bar here, just the slightest of advantages to Fabiano as we land on his matchup against the world champion Gukesh.
We would actually decide every place right
Correct.
now if Fabi wins.
really,
We'll know 1 through 4.
Boink. Okay, so
There's still money to be made, though.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing you any favors, Magnus, by drawing our last game. No, thank you. Especially since I already know the money situation. Let's play. Let's play. Same thing for Hikaru, by the way.
What's that?
He can't catch Fabi anymore. But if he beats Magnus, first of all, he'll bloody the nose of the champion. And he'll also put $3,000 in his pocket. So this is still everything to play for. There's no reason to just make a draw.
No. In this exact position that we have between Gukesh and Fabi, yes, I do understand that Gukesh's king side structure is, well, shattered, is strong, damaged, but I don't see exactly how Fabi is going to be able to exploit, for example, the h6 pawn. Do you think the h6 pawn is weak? No. Queen f6. How are we going to hit the f5 pawn? Is that 5-pawn weak? What? I'm going to put a bishop on d3 and a queen on f4, put a queen on f6. And from Gukesh's perspective, rook a7, maybe even playing for c4, black. He's got a majority. Okay, that's healthy. So I don't see this position as better for Fabi at all.
We should point out, though, as the more they draw, the more cash is put in Magnus's pocket.
Magnus says, okay, guys.
He's off to the side right now.
Draw.
Please draw. Just keep giving me a chunk of change. So they don't want a draw at all. It does them nothing to take a draw. So expect to see this.
Even Hikaru is off to the side saying right now, draw is fine, because it only adds 1 point to Caruana's score. And therefore, again, he's still within touching distance.
90 seconds. 90 seconds for both players.
Big shift. What could happen right now? And Fabi's gone into a deep, deep think.
90 seconds and counting. Less than 80 seconds suddenly for Fabi.
He had some time on the clock.
He did a moment ago. But he played this move, rook d2, and he, whoa.
Queen b2 check.
If
Quick
queens
response.
come off, then I think Gukesh is much better. If the queens were to come off.
Looks like Fabi might agree with you then.
Well, you're kind of inviting queen c3. What is happening after queen c3?
It's a good idea.
Not sure. Not exactly sure.
Because the A pawn drops.
In most cases, right? Yeah. But okay, rook a5, bishop b7. So that's not much of an alternative to queen c3. I mean, Gukesh could play queen e7, defending both the c5 and b7 pawns.
And queen c3 on the board.
Gukesh is saying, look, I came here to teach, like he did in day one, but also to learn. I want to see how these gangsters play. And show me, queen c3.
Yeah, Fabi cannot take the trade, so he's got to find a better place for his queen to go.
Well, I think he's going to do it this way, rook c1.
Oh, you think just offer on your own terms.
Exactly. So in case we do have a queen trade in this exact setup, I am protecting, I beg your pardon, protecting a2 as well as attacking c5. We will see. And they are under a minute. Rook d2. Okay, that invites rook a7, followed by b5 and c4.
Looks good.
Ooh.
Looks like a plan.
Maybe c4 immediately. Maybe
c4?
That?
That's ultra sharp.
Yeah. Okay, rook a7 is a solid way of prepping b5. c4 is like, I calculated something, by the way, under 30 seconds?
Yeah. Yep. Both players right now moving into time trouble here. Gukesh with 15 seconds
World
to his
champion Gukesh.
You found rook a7 so quickly, though. He's not going to make a bad move here. It's just,
no, he's looking at
10.
He finds the best one.
Well, he was calculating c4. That was where he burned a lot of his clock, right there. And he says, you know what? If I can trade off the a2 and b3 pawns for the c4 and b7 pawns, I'm going to have a passed pawn on b4, and that is the most dangerous pawn in the position. Ooh, this is a nasty. You want to see a nasty trick?
He's on the 14th second, though, by the way. You better show it quick.
Queen takes, pawn takes, rook over, rook takes a2. How you like them apples? How you like them apples?
Bad news. Bishop takes on
He's going to go bishop takes e7, which is not the ideal move.
Okay.
It's a small question mark by the engine, but Gukesh only has 5 seconds to respond here.
Rook a7. Get that bishop and take the pawn on b3.
Give me the pawn on b3. Don't hesitate.
Exactly. Take the pawn on b3. Don't hesitate. Okay.
And now he's just
the queen's
much better.
Yep. Because that pawn on b4 is far more potent than anything white is sporting on the king side.
White is playing in the under 10-second range. In terms, both of them are right now. Queens being traded.
But check it out.
Was this the right thing to do?
I love it. No, I think, oh, I don't have rook b7. Sorry. I may have to take that back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's guarded by the light square bishop.
Yeah,
very tough.
B3, rook B4. Maybe White's in
bishop
time.
D5 coming.
White's in time to get. Well, I have to play rook A5. Whoa. Rook A.
He's planning to play rook B1.
Gukesh lunging into the position there.
But now you can't push.
Now I never play B2 because of bishop A2.
Exactly.
But what about rook B7? Maybe Fabi could say, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What do you got here?
Here, bringing the king closer and closer, and there's no way this construction does nothing. B2 is always met. You push the pawn
3 seconds on the clock.
to A2. And
Whoa. Bishop takes B3. What's going on? Oh, bishop takes B3, and then rook B1.
He's taking the pawn.
With 1 second to go, Fabi makes the move.
Oh, my gosh. Rook B1, bishop takes C2, bishop takes F5. Easy draw for White. Maybe even White wants to talk about the resulting ending. He's got 2 pawns, and he'll have an anchored bishop.
And there is the anchored bishop.
Right there.
And
so Fabi is
few pawns on the board.
Thinking
black to win.
Yeah, Fabi is thinking H4, F4, G4, G5, maybe on a good day. I need some help. Here we go. I got 2 pawns. Well, that kind of shuts things down, doesn't it? Yeah.
Things are pretty locked up over here on the king side.
Okay, I think a draw is inevitable in this one, guys. Shall we go back to the...
Yeah, we're going to stay to see the handshake, make sure we get the results. Very likely to end in a draw. And again, this keeps things interesting for second place down the stretch.
Is Gukesh trying to win this game?
I guess he is. Why not? Because he's thinking, why shouldn't I be playing rook G1, rook B1 and rook G1? Well, I guess there's always king G4. But now I can't play king G4.
No, actually, king G4 is what he needs to play.
Rook takes F3. Ooh.
Then bishop G6.
Rook takes F3. Oh, bishop G6.
He is barely alive as he is.
Well, he kind of messed up with his pawns there. He went king G2, and I didn't understand why he brought his king backwards.
And there goes that one.
Mm-hmm. And now we're 2 pawns apiece.
But bishop F5 and king takes H6 is going to draw the game.
Yeah,
neutralize.
He can't guard his pawns in his position. And with only 4 seconds left, Gukesh needs to move. 3, 2, 1.
Don't be losing on time now.
Move with 1 second.
He does.
He did it with 1 second?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he drops the pawn. Now the king will march over.
I think he kind of fell asleep a little bit.
So there we have king versus
And we
king.
have a draw between Gukesh Dommaraju and Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano will move up 1 point, keep a slight lead over Hikaru Nakamura, but still within that striking distance. A short hold on second place for now. We should get quickly over to Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru, who have begun their final game of the tournament here.
And it's that crazy move, knight D5, that we're seeing make a return.
Yeah.
A return, bishop E5.
I think Gukesh now has established his 4th place finish. I don't think he can catch.
That's correct.
Yep.
He sits on 9, 4 points behind Hikaru's 13, uncatchable.
The world champion had a fabulous start in day 1. He was leading the tournament after the first day of competition, but he only got the least number of points at his height there because he was only getting 1 point for each victory. Today, there are 3 points for every victory, and that's why Magnus has just run away with the tournament.
Well, when you win 4 in a row, I don't care what day.
That's true.
Well, maybe on the first day. Yeah.
Well, we could take a moment to show everybody the standings, just again, to put a nice picture to it and what's still in play. Again, an untouchable Magnus Carlsen here on our 3rd and final day. There you go, the updates with this 5th round here. Yes, he did finally not take a victory, but he'll still get an extra point to add to that total, and he will ultimately get the bonus money while it's sitting in that Champions jackpot for now. But it's Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. That's who we're looking at right now. The fight for second place, 2.5 points separate them. If Hikaru gets the win and Fabiano takes a loss, Hikaru jumps up. If Fabiano gets a draw or better, he takes second.
Right.
By the way, if you look at this score, you could add up 2nd and 4th place, and they're still not beating Magnus.
Dang. That's a lot of points. A lot of points. Wow.
I mean, he is so distanced himself from the rest of the field.
That was unique. No, seriously, we have seen so many decisive games in this clutch chess format that I haven't seen a single round where 2 draws.
Yeah, we've never had a round where both boards were a draw.
Right.
This was the first one, and Magnus is loving it.
Because all that bonus money goes to the jackpot.
So happy.
That's hilarious.
Nah, he still wants the wins, but...
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm looking at the game between Hikaru and Magnus has just recaptured on e5, and bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, but Magnus has got a pawn.
Yeah, but Hikaru needs the win. That's the thing. Hikaru has to win here.
Yes.
So how does he do it? There's already so few pieces remaining on the board. All the minors are off.
It's a major piece ending. And then he may need some help.
Yeah, he has to, forget what's happening on the other board for now. Get the win here, then you get to go be a cheerleader for Gukesh, hoping that he gets it done against Fabiano.
So queen c6, that's a very nice move. It just defends the pawn on f6. I don't think I want to leave the king in the center either. Well, guess what? I was about to say, I don't think I want to play rook d8, leaving the king in the center, or playing the move king e7. I thought I wanted to play castle short. Nope. Magnus said, let me get a rook trade off the board, and my king is going to be perfectly happy on the queen side. Pause, crickets.
Well, queen g4 check and queen g7.
That's not perfectly happy.
No.
Queen g4 check, I would have to meet with queen e6, by the way. Magnus says, you know what? I've got enough of a pawn shield that my king can hang in the center. I don't see queen b4 check as being disruptive. And again, Magnus is all about, well, let's trade rooks and take all my losing chances off the board.
Well, he can play queen
d3. If I go queen d3, I shut down,
That stops.
And eyeball the pawn on h7 as well.
And eyeball the pawn on a7 as well. Queen a3 check might be a little bit more disruptive than queen takes h7. So still, I would say full compensation here for Hikaru.
When you have these major piece ending queens and rooks, particularly when there are 2 rooks, but a single rook is the same case, though less relevant or less applicable, but still, it's usually about king safety. Because there's not much to go on in the position. You might have a weak pawn here or there, but king safety is the thing. So even though Magnus is up a pawn, that king on e7 is a very different beast from the king on g1. And now the move b6, offering the pawn.
That's surprising.
That's not a real offer, trust me.
Yeah.
It's not a pawn you're going to be able to take.
To me, it felt like queen d6 would have been automatic, just because you stop the check from happening and you offer the queen trade. So again, let's just get more pieces on the board.
Yeah, but you're not taking the pawn on a7.
Fair. But be careful of Norwegians offering free pawns. That doesn't work out all that well. I mean, Hikaru might get caught with a hand in the cookie jar.
He's not going to see it. You see it, I see it, he sees it. Trust me. It's not a pawn he's going to be grabbing.
So I'm the only one with a hand in the cookie jar?
I'm trying to say. Yeah, gotcha. H3, H4. Look, maximalist. Not only am I going to win the pawn on h7, says Hikaru, I'm going to win it so that I'm going to play h4 making Luft, and my pawn's going to be that much closer to promotion as well when I win the pawn on h7. h4, quite the move.
Let's be clear. Magnus is trying to win this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, b7, b6 is, queen d6 was more or less a solid choice. No, you're right.
He's trying to win this game. He's saying, what do I need to do to keep this guy playing more and more and more, slowly but surely? Let's hope there's no perpets that he tries for. Actually, I should get the players right. Hikaru is trying to win as well, because he could have played queen a3 check and queen b3 check.
Right, going back and forth. But no, he didn't. a7, a5, by the way, just prepping queen a3 check can now be met by queen c5. So that shuts that down. Now, from Hikaru's point of view, he's got to figure, whoa.
On the board.
Well, he's inviting queen c5, as well as king e6. King e6, queen h3 check.
And we're getting a repetition.
By the way, queen a3 check, queen, that's I haven't seen that perpetual check where I'm going all the way from A3 to H3.
That's a repetition, but I can't imagine he'll take it. This is a $20,000 game.
No, you mean you can't imagine Hikaru will take it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That is
Magnus,
true. That is true. Fear of losing, maybe it's 20 grand after all. Why not keep playing?
Right, and losing here, you can't fall from third.
No,
so
clearly not.
There's really not anything to lose here.
Okay, will he repeat and walk out of here, accept third? And he is doing so.
It's crazy.
Hikaru has given up on all fight for third place instead of playing for it. That just assured Fabi second place. He's accepted third with two hands.
Crazy.
Given Fabi second. That's a little bit of a disturbing finish, to be honest. But
I don't know if Hikaru fully understood the points at the very end there, because a draw, he's got a free shot. He could play the move Queen H3 check and play C3 and put his queen on F5 and just say, okay, let's play.
Yeah. A loss does nothing. It doesn't hurt him at all.
At all.
You got a free roll for 20 grand.
Exactly. No consequence.
I mean, so a definite point of criticism for sure. Just feels like maybe the wind was kind of taken out of his sails. You felt the resignation in him and in his body in, accepting that repetition. So ultimately here, we return to Fabiano Caruana, who will take second place and $90,000 home for his finish. But there's still a $3,000 bounty on this game.
That's what I'm thinking about if I'm Gukesh. Sitting there saying, okay, my score has been established, my finish in the tournament. But you know what? Leaving with a victory sure would be nice. Okay, and how would I do it if I was in Gukesh's shoes? I would be looking at E3, Queen F3, Rook C1, and essentially what I'm trying to do is lord over that C6 square. Will I achieve great success? I don't know, but I got to do something. So I'm thinking E3, Queen F3, and Rook C1 would be on Gukesh's agenda.
There's something else for Gukesh. The fact is, after this, he flies to his home country to play in the World Cup.
Goa. Absolutely.
That's right.
That's starting the World Cup, the 200-player knockout extravaganza.
And he might have taken it on the chin against these three players. None of them will be playing in Goa. None of these players will be playing except he himself.
Fabi has already made the candidates. Hikaru is making the candidates with his activity.
And Magnus
is not interested.
So what better warm-up
than these three guys?
Than to play against there's nobody else in the tournament who's going to be stronger than these players.
That's true.
So he said, you know what? I might have taken some lumps, but you guys are not going to play better than those animals that I had to face.
That's right.
So why not just play every game and say, let me learn.
Exactly.
Let me be humble and learn. I am.
Or let me be a teacher, too.
Sometimes teach.
But
just
as
play.
he did in day one. Exactly.
Just play. So we don't expect him to take any draws, to say, well, I'm in last anyways. No. Even the $3 grand for the game. No, let's play chess. My last chance to walk out of St. Louis, let's do it on a good note.
And by the way, we did see the move E3, knight D5 by Fabi, bishop takes E7, queen takes E7 on the board. I'm expecting queen F3, and then the C file is going to be the chopping block for the rooks. What Gukesh is really thinking is, when the rooks all come off the board, whose A pawn could be more vulnerable? Could it be white's A pawn or black's? So he did play the move queen E2. I find that a little. Yeah, well, Queen F3 was very courageous and a move that fits my style.
I was going to say, the first word I attribute to Yasser in any conversation is courageous.
Courageous. Historians, I leave it to the historians to make that final judgment.
Right.
Knight B6. Okay, Fabi says, check it out.
I'm going after that A pawn.
That A pawn is, if Fabi could ever induce white to play B3, well, it would be like the pearly gates of heaven.
Christmas comes early.
Yeah, and knight would drop in on C3.
Well, how about that? I'm going to kick your knight away first.
E4, and now back to the chopping block.
One rook on the chopping block. Will it be met?
I'm expecting rook on F8. to c8.
They still got to make correct play, even if they want to win. You
Yep.
still want to make sure you play the best moves.
I do see Fabi in the very near future also queen b7, you know, on the diagonal of white's king, and at the same time protecting the c8 square. And here we go, knight b3, trying to keep black honest, a5.
Both players with the knight pair, no bishops on the board. Have we seen that this entire tournament?
No.
I don't think so,
No,
right?
it's very unusual, yeah.
Now, there are, what is it, 7 pawns apiece, right? Typically, you like knights in...
We call this a semi-closed game. 8 pawns on the board as closed position. Here with 7, semi-closed.
And now rook takes c1, and the question, can you take back with your rook? Because
a pawn.
The pawn on a4 is hanging.
Right.
And he does not want to just give up that pawn, but he also doesn't want to give up the c file.
So you take with the D knight, maybe?
Knight D takes. Queen to d7. Again, I'm thinking, if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I'm thinking to myself, how can I get to that a pawn? Now, there is a weird line here where, okay, because Gukesh played the move e3, e4, there is this weird line where I could invite the trade of queens, and I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying this is one of those strange lines where the knight is already blockading the pawn, but maybe it's a good line for white. I don't know.
This is a big moment for Gukesh.
Absolutely.
He's got to make a decision, and he has captured.
Took with the rook.
The rook, sacrificing his pawn on a4, even if temporarily. Fabi also has other moves as well.
I like queen b7.
Boy 7, that's right. Hitting that pawn is also a move in the position. So this has just sharpened up quickly with a simple trade on c1.
Dramatically.
Yeah, queen b7 paralyzed that pawn.
I'm looking at queen b7 with delish eyes. I'm thinking, I like the pin first of all. So I'm taking the edge off of e5.
Fabi's playing queen d7.
That was the other queen move that you offered up, right?
Yeah.
We're still hitting that a pawn.
Still hitting the a pawn, and Gukesh, wow, look, what is he doing? There's a queen.
But now there's a
queen d5 check sighting. What? Help me out on this
queen
one.
F3, no. Yes,
well,
queen F3 is playable at the end.
How?
Because I can sack my queen on a8.
Oh. So let's just show the fans what I have missed. Bam! I have missed. I'm a piece up. No hands, Mom. Look at this. What a shot. What a shot that would be for world champion Gukesh playing queen takes a8. That will be remembered.
Now I know what I'm rooting for.
I don't think
that will be remembered.
Trust me, if I saw it, they saw it. So that's definitely not going to be on the board right now.
Fabi even has queen takes b3. This is a total change. Could I play, and what do we call it? Traitor double agent. You get a pawn on g7, which is a double agent.
Queen
right,
g4.
But I could still take a4, right?
Queen g4 if you do that?
Well, let's just have a quick gander. Queen takes, pawn takes, queen g4. Like you said, Maurice, but it's not mate. G6, and yeah, I understand you want to do this.
No. Queen g5 is too straightforward.
Too brutal.
We need something more subtle, maybe.
Too brutal. But there is queen takes d3.
Rook to c7.
Rook to c7, queen takes d3. Let's see, has he done it? No, he took on e5. He took on e5, sorry. And just played, but he is allowing Gukesh to now play knight c5, which will have the benefit of not only defending the pawn, but doing so with a gain of tempo.
Yeah, this game is equalized more or less again. Black does have the tempo threat on the a4 pawn, and maybe because you can't play b3 as white, and we see the knight has landed on c5, and you definitely can't play b3 now, that maybe, just maybe, the a4 pawn will be in trouble still after a move like queen c6 or queen e8?
I think queen e8 makes sense to me. Queen c6, I was planning to play queen b5, but queen c6.
Oh, queen b5 play knight f4 double check. You get cooked. Be careful.
Oh, that's double check. That gets cooked. Oh. That is nasty. Look at that. I'm taking your queen. No, didn't work. Queen c6, I guess he would have had to play king to g1 and just sidestep that massive threat of knight f. He did play queen e8. There is a sighting of queen b5, is there not?
Looks that way.
Because the thing I don't really want to do as black is trade. Because, yes, I've got this blockading knight, but I see this other knight coming to the c6 square.
But what if I push my a pawn to a3 and try to
Let's try it. Let's take a look.
A little bit.
Let's take a look.
Could be problematic.
So we both have passers, but maybe this passer is simply stronger.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can get it all the way to
so
a1.
Maybe queen b5 is not the move I want. But then again, what am I supposed to do? Knight to d4 and allow knight takes a4? Knight d4, knight takes a4. Don't see a follow-up.
A4 looks like a move. And
hate playing rook a1, but sometimes, you know, discretion's the better part of valor. Rook a1.
Right now?
Yeah. Because that rook is tethered too, right? Rook a1?
Rook a1 looks, well, rook a1, queen c6, king g1 is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I don't see what to do about that sequence, actually.
Well, rook a1 is like, we call it insipid in Seattle. Or seizing the defensive. Rook a1.
That's tricky. Rook a1 looks tenacious and not immediately self-evident what it is that you would do there. But he doesn't really want
to put
his rook on a1. Players don't like putting their pieces on top.
And he has played knight d4. And Gukesh said, I don't need no stinking pawn. Go ahead and take my pawn if you want. Knight d4. But Fabi has to take the pawn.
Question mark here.
Fabi's going to take the pawn. He put his queen on e8 with purpose, which was to grab this pawn. Now, the question is, there's no sacrifices. I don't see it. The knight on d5 covers c7. So there's no rook c7. Oh, can he be thinking queen a6? Could this be on his mind?
But I have queen e8 at minimum if you do that. And we have it on the board. The capture was made, and Gukesh has changed directions completely. And instead of taking on a4, he's played knight to e4. He's now down a pawn, but he's gambling that he has some kind of activity on the other side of the board. Is it true? Black's king looks very safe for the moment. Maybe a knight and a queen can show up, but it looks like it. More to come?
I don't know.
Computer's unconvinced.
I think gambling was a good way of suggesting what he's doing with this pawn sacrifice, because if you don't land on the king side, a4, a3 will win the game for Fabi. Queen
and here
g4.
It comes. More pieces on that side, but it's only a queen and a knight in the second.
That's attacking. That's not much when you stop and think about it. This knight, I don't think is particularly good on the b6 square. Defending f6 and attacking e5, that would get my vote. Again,
this knight very good.
This knight defends handsomely. This knight on d5 defends c7.
The knight cannot be chased away. From d5, just can't.
That's solid.
Maybe a knight f6 check sighting for white right now. Knight wants to go toward the king since the pawn is pinned, but knight d7 shuts it all down. How do you even prove anything in the attack here? Maybe your knight goes to d6.
Then I go queen e7.
Knight c6 maybe.
Well, once you shut this down, then you've got the 2-on-1 advantage on the other side.
That's a reality. That's for sure.
We know
Fabi
a4
tanking here,
a3.
trying to find the ideal way to respond to this threat.
Okay.
So-called threat.
So-called threat. First of all, a4, knight f6, you kind of ask yourself, is this threat real? Knight takes f6, e takes f6, g6 is one thing. I find the move knight d7 too seductive. It protects f6, it defends e5, and yes, I'm all about a4.
No, but knight d6
He's
is
done
the
it,
move, and he's played
but
it.
he's did it so slowly. So knight d6, queen has to move. Has to move. Say queen e7.
And if knight...
Give me the pawn.
And if knight c6 here?
Queen has to move. So you've got your knights on great squares. Good for you.
Yeah.
I've got a4. I've got a3. I've got knight takes e5 on my agenda.
Also
What do you got? What do you got?
Okay, back up the knight one move. This position, is there a knight f5 siding?
Well, that's a piece. By the way,
No, knight f5 is playable.
Is it?
Why not?
Okay, just a second. Hold on. Because I saw him move. So we do have knight d6.
We do have knight d6. Here we go.
Now,
by the way, queen f8, there's a knight e6 siding.
That was the one that kind of rocked my world, because in that case, I do have to play knight takes e5.
Look at those 4 knights.
That is outstanding. That is wickedly geometrical, isn't it? Nice. I think black is all right in this case. So queen f8 on the board. He's inviting knight takes e6, knight takes e5 is Fabi, because he knows that on the queen side, as soon as he gets to play a4, a3, he'll take over the game.
No, that knight takes e5 is too much of a bomb.
Wow.
What to do now if you're Gukesh down a pawn looking for something to do, even though you have an edge on the clock?
He needs a swindle. He needs some cheapo potential here. Where's the CP?
I'm just trying to figure out what the rook should be. The rook on c1 really needs to be a part of this fight, because you just don't have enough stuff.
No, there was nothing there. You were right.
It's all a bluff.
Well, that's what we thought too. We thought it was a gamble. A4 for Fabi followed by a3 is an automatic. You're just dreaming.
Right.
And there you go. The dream has come true.
When you play a4, you state to your opponent, I don't think you have anything whatsoever. It's all about me. And you better show me something right now, or that a-pawn is just going to race down the board.
And you weren't quick enough on your attack, right? Now it's about rerouting back for a defense.
Now it's like, okay.
It's not quick enough. Not even anything. There was no there.
Yeah.
There was no there.
There was no power. It was a feint.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually a loaded punch.
Right, a bluff even.
When we saw that knight e4 and knight d4 and bringing the knights to the center, great. Your knight's got great squares, but Fabi said, I'll take your pawn, I'll bring my knight back, defending the king, and then I'll push the pawn. And your king attack doesn't work.
And I love your observation, by the way, James, about the knights being the only things on the board. Look at how they're 4 in a row this time on the board in this position. This is
4 horsemen.
Just 4 horsemen indeed, but it will be the 4 horsemen of death for Gukesh, in this position here.
This is gambling now. Now he's all in. Now he's just saying, I've got to generate some attack. This knight is too solid. He's playing for the move f5, and he's inviting Fabi to play a3. And Fabi is really down on the clock.
He is. That's what you got to do. You got to cook something up. When you talk about
Desperado
the cheapo potential, you got to see if you can do something. Just throw sand in the guy's eyes.
Right.
You know, whatever you need to do. And Fabi's playing the move G.
And that move intimidated Fabi. Fabi said, you know what? I make luft.
Whoa!
And f5 anyway.
Playing it anyway. He's ready to sack. And the engine doesn't like it, but
you got to do something.
You got to do something, and there comes a sacrifice. On f5, the king looks slightly compromised, but it really isn't that compromised. I mean, it's not like it's made over there, even if you play queen g4 check.
I don't know. Queen g4 check, knight h6. Oh, my gosh, knight takes e5. That's a savior.
Whoa, knight e3 check. Be careful where you put your queen.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Yes,
and a3. Fabi
wait a minute.
I've got a queen.
It looks like Fabi. Oh, no, you played a3. I see.
Yeah.
I thought you made a move there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now that pawn on a3 is saying knock, knock.
I'm at your doorstep. What are you going to do? Knight h6 check ideas, but where is it?
Not right now.
Where is it?
And if you quickly point out that line, yes, queen g4 check.
Yep.
And then king h8. It looks sizzling to play knight. over the different reputations, but
checkmate
because of the mate threat.
Checkmate.
But this one is sufficient to refute and force resignation.
I got an idea. Same idea, just different concept. First, I play rook e1. You go a2 because that's a really good move.
And now you do
check, king. Now I got knight h6, and now you don't have knight takes e5.
True.
Because I've got that defended, and you don't have knight e3, and I got knight f7 mate. Clever.
That's clever.
Slick.
And it's a mate threat.
So rook e1, anticipating queen g4 and knight h6. Again, Gukesh.
But I can also
got to come up with something.
By the way, we haven't talked much about the time on the clock. Yeah, it's Gukesh to move 140, but only 30 seconds over there for Fabiano in the advantage position.
Exactly.
I really like your move rook e1 as a last gasp.
It
to
is.
Force your opponent to do something. That rook e1.
I'm trying to be as tricky as
rook
I
e1, a2. The pawn is one tempo away from queening.
And I'm
Can
lost.
I play something like rook a7 at the back end of that tactic?
Show me.
The same line.
Check.
Same line. Check.
King h8, knight h6, knight e5, rook e5, rook a7.
I'm wondering at this point. I'm not happy at all. But
it's no. Oh, look
there's a
at
rook
this.
d. Oh no, that would do the do.
Oh.
Excellent way to end. Yes, good point. Now, how do you deal with this idea of rook e1 with pressure, the clock ticking?
First, you got to find rook e1.
2 minutes. World champion has spent 2 minutes. He's not taking advantage of Fabi's time trouble.
Because he's chasing down the line, queen g4, and knight h6, and trying to figure it out, but he doesn't see a solution. He has to now come to rook e1 after those lines have played themselves out.
Yeah,
by the way, we're helping each other.
Right.
He has to do it at the board.
On his own.
With 29 seconds left.
Okay.
Rook e1 is
and he's actually under Fabi's clock time.
Now below 20 seconds. Still looking for that.
And by the way, rook e1, a2 loses. So rook e1 is a winning move if you play a2. He just needs to find it. But he's in only 8 seconds.
5
His time
seconds.
is
He's
ticking.
got to check in with the clock. He
does.
No, he played f1.
He needed to guard.
Wait, but a2 was still played.
Knight takes it. Oh, look at the cheapo he set up.
What a sacrifice. He's found a way to save the game. He's found a way. Fabi played too quickly with a2, and suddenly he is saving
takes d5.
the
What
game.
a move.
Look at this.
If you play queen takes f7, Gukesh has e6.
Or queen takes rook sitting on a8.
Apologies, of course. And Fabi now. That move just stunned.
He's shaken.
Yeah, that
Fabi's
just
blown it.
stunned
He needs to
him.
find something here.
Can he queen? Can he promote the pawn to a queen?
Down to single digits is Fabi at this point as
No, but then knight g5. Yes, he can.
Promote
He actually,
the
4
pawn to
seconds.
queen, and he's done it with
casually.
4 seconds.
So that
was the good move, right?
But knight g5, king moves to h8, take the queen, take the knight.
Well, he started with taking the queen. Not bad.
Same. And he can play check and take the knight.
How do you go? What check?
Knight
g5.
and take the knight. And now you're threatening mate yourself.
You're right.
But this check says don't go to h3 because of queen h6.
And
So
don't go to g1 because of queen c5.
So it looks like Fabi has to repeat. After all this, they're going to make a draw through repetition.
Oh my gosh! And Magnus is saying,
E2
"Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Just add to my bank account, add to my jackpot."
To do here.
He has to make the perpetual check.
But can Gukesh cross the
No.
line? No, it looks like he can't.
Go back to
He
Because the queen will show
recognizes.
up.
Wow.
What a draw.
What a
a
hold
magnificent-
by Gukesh.
Look at
3 seconds. 2, 1.
He's got to keep. Okay.
He just made it.
He just made it, and that
they
is
have repeated
enough time.
And another $3,000 goes into Magnus's
Carlsen.
bank account.
A gift from these two to Magnus Carlsen, but what a hold by Gukesh there down the stretch, finding the few resources he need to bring that one into a drawn position.
He spent all of his time finding the move rook f1. We were focused on. I didn't even see rook f1. Let's listen to their analysis because what a finish.
Maybe after f4 I have something good, but if I allow f1 it looks very double.
I think both players seem to be in a bit of a shock by the outcome. I think Gukesh felt that he was gambling and he gambled too hard, but he came up with this crazy rook f1 idea, and maybe the move a2 was simply mistimed at this exact moment when he came up with this rook f1 idea, and he followed it up with knight takes f7.
We should point out, by the way, that in this position, queens is possible.
Absolutely. Pawn equals queen, queen. But check this one out, Maurice. You don't get to go king h8.
Nope.
And you don't get to go king g7 because this is a very unusual checkmating pattern. Queen g4 and the knights are dominating.
So despite having two queens. Instead of pawn to a2, he needed either rook a5 or rook a6.
Those aren't easy moves.
Right?
Good luck.
Yeah.
With no time
That's
on your
how you
clock.
hold your 2-point advantage.
Wow.
No.
Okay.
Not with no time
I
on
could
your
understand rook a6 because you are hitting this and you're getting out of the a8 diagonal, but no time on the clock. You find those moves. Scan. Scanner.
Respect to those two for the fight, to say the least. Well, we do have our tournament victor in Magnus Carlsen,
Yes, we do.
and Anastasiya is standing by with him as we bring him in to congratulate and award him that top prize.
And I'm here with Magnus Carlsen, the winner of the Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. Congratulations, Magnus, on this victory. And I will throw you to the studio back to Maurice because he would like to ask you a few questions.
There's so many great people here to talk to you, Magnus. But first of all, congratulations on a fantastic performance. You came in today after hearing from you yesterday that you weren't very happy with your play. Were you satisfied with your play today?
Yeah, I was a lot happier today. You know, there's still things here and there that I'm not super happy about, but it was there was more flow, and I felt that I was kind of more on top of things and not missing as many tricks. So yeah, today was a lot better, and that feels really good to end on a high note and to actually be able to win convincingly in the end.
Speaking of which, Magnus, you blew up my format. You're supposed to. This is supposed to be playing until the end and very last games count, and you did it with 2 rounds to spare, man. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean that's of course. That's of course unfortunate in terms of the excitement, but I think when you win 10 out of your first 16 games, it's not a shock.
Magnus, it started incredibly well for you. The first game against Gukesh, you got to this position that I have on the board, and you came up with a move. I saw Bishop f4 from your game with Gukesh, the first game that you played, and you forced him to play knight h1, and I thought that was great. And, well, you just played fabulous the first 4 rounds. It just looked like you're going to do a perfect sweep.
Yeah, it was definitely quite similar to my game against him in Norway chess, and I was thinking about it during the game that if I blow this one, then I don't know what to do. But yeah, of course it feels really good to win those kind of clean strategic games, especially with the black pieces, because you don't get those very often. It's much more common that there's some back and forth and so on, but this one was just very clean, and he didn't really get any real chances. And then the match against Fabi, I think, was somewhat affected by the fact that he really had to win. So in the first game, of course, he plays an opening that is maybe not the choice he would normally play, but somewhere where he could keep a little bit of tension on the board. And in the second game as well, I think he was kind of rejecting continuations that would lead to sort of more drawish positions. But that's of course part of the game. But it ends up inflating my score just a tiny bit.
Now, Clutch Chess Champion, aptly named, as you came up clutch on day number 3. We heard you pretty vocal through the first 2 days about your frustration with, as you put it, your lack of control over the games in general. How do you reflect now coming out of day 3 and the performance that you put in? What changed for you that allowed you to have this kind of control here on day 3?
I honestly think it was mainly just getting a few days of practice here, playing against the best in the world, and also getting a few days of good sleep and rest after traveling. I think that helped a lot. And yeah, when I feel good and I'm rested, I usually play quite well. So. I think that was more or less it. That was the main reason why it went better today.
One last question for you, Magnus. You were not on daddy duty, so you get to sleep a little bit more. You got that rest. But the meaning of being in this kind of competition. I mean, you know, we talk basketball, you and I know your passion for the game, and to have the top players show up. You know, you invite KD and LeBron and Steph Curry and Luka Doncic and say, let's have it out. How did it feel for you that this was that kind of top of the line elite players as opposed to having anyone else in the field?
No, it always feels really good. Especially when I haven't played for a while, I'm always like a little bit uncertain as to how I stack up. Especially against the younger guys when I'm playing a lot of them, because they improve a lot. Hikaru and Fabi, they're obviously incredibly strong, but they're a little bit more of a known entity, and it's really satisfying to be able to show that I'm still, like, when I'm playing well, I'm still quite a bit better than the others. So yeah, it feels really good to be able to show that against the best in the world. And yeah, well, as I said many times, like that's why I'm here to play against the best, and I'm happy to have gotten that opportunity after a couple of months.
Well, Magnus, you step up pretty well. I got to stack up pretty well, and congratulations from us and Anastasiya.
Kudos, Magnus. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Magnus. Here is your trophy. I hope you like it, how it looks. You can get it.
Oh, wow. And it's quite heavy.
For sure, yes. Something to bring home to your collection.
Yeah, for sure.
And okay, it's time for some photo shooting. Thank you very much, guys, and we'll go back to the studio. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasiya. A much-deserved victor in Magnus Carlsen, and he's going to need 3 or 4 more trophy cases in that house here soon enough.
I saw that trophy. I'm thinking of the Versace glasses. There was something matching between that trophy and the Versace glasses they got of the drawing the lots.
I see.
Congratulations.
Angling for some future.
Yeah.
We're a sponsor.
Congratulations.
Direct cash sponsor for Versace.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the final picture and how Magnus Carlsen got it done.
170.
25.5 points to his name and $170,000 in total prize money going home with him. For Fabiano Caruana, he would be able to hold off Hikaru in the end there for second place, and $102,000 going his way. Hikaru wrapping up third for $77K, and Gukesh Dommaraju walking home with $63,000 to his name.
The hero in day 1, the hero in day 2, and the hero in day 3, Magnus Carlsen.
That's a really good point. Across all 3 days, we kind of had a different player take the forefront of the conversation.
Exactly.
But as is the format's demands, day 3 is when you really have to show up in a big way. And Magnus did that and then some.
He did. He truly did.
Didn't fail to drop a point. You know, he scored at least a point in every single round across the day, putting 4 back-to-back victories, and only Hikaru Nakamura would hold him to some draws in the end while he wanted to do a little bit better. For the two of you, how are you reflecting now on the end of this 3-day tournament?
It's been fun. It's a validation of the format. Even when it didn't matter, it mattered. But to see Magnus, he kind of did blow up my format by saying, I dominated. I'm not going to make it any questions at the end. But he did, again, show up on clutch day. Day 3, this is the money day. I might have been playing like garbage before by my own standards, even though we're not worthy.
That was pretty good.
But my own standards, I wasn't playing. But you know when it matters? This is the day I show up, and I will sweep the field or let you know I'm the man when it's clutch day.
Yeah, impressive.
And the best show up when it matters. We're going to go back over to Anastasiya, who's standing by with Hikaru Nakamura as he closes out his Clutch Champions tournament.
Thank you, Dash. Yes, I'm here with Hikaru, who just also finished this tournament. And I would like to ask Hikaru, how would you sum up, in general, your participation here in the event and the format?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it was a very mixed bag for me. There were a couple of very good games I played. I had some very good moments, but there were also some really bad moments. So it was very mixed. The result overall, I wouldn't say I'm happy with it, but considering what I felt was not my best play, the difference between third and second place was really the one game against Fabiano. So that's the positive note, I guess. But overall, you know, it's a decent performance, but not what I was hoping for.
Yeah, what about the last game? You still had some chances to fight with Fabio for the second place. Like, how did it go for you?
I was never going to happen. I mean, I can obviously assume that, but at the end of the day, I felt like I had a chance to pay tribute one last time to a certain someone by playing this knight d5 move. So, I mean, to me, that mattered more than, I guess this quote-unquote free roll for $20,000. So yeah, maybe I could have played something a little bit different, but at the end of the day, I played something creative, and Magnus knew how to equalize, and that's really just how it goes.
Yeah, and speaking about the opening choices, you just mentioned it. Would you like to explain a little bit more? Because I paid attention, knight d5 in 4 knights opening, and then today c3 choice, like.
Yeah, I mean, well, there were a couple things. First of all, from the get-go, I stuck to this hyper-accelerated dragon with the black pieces against 1 e4, which is not common. Usually I move around quite a bit. But I stuck to that, and then from the white side, yesterday I played this knight d5 against Gukesh, and then I played today against Magnus. It was something that Daniel Naroditsky played quite a bit in the Champions Chess Tour about like 6 to 7 months ago. So it's something creative. It's not like anything special, obviously. There's nothing super special in chess to begin with. But I thought it would be creative, and I played it. And again, Magnus knew what to do. Gukesh mostly knew what to do. So that's just how it goes. But I was trying to be creative and experiment a bit more. That's not to say that, you know, it wasn't a very serious event, but it felt like a good opportunity to sort of play things that I normally would not play in such a situation. And so I had a lot of fun with the opening choices.
Exactly. And I wanted to ask you about the format, the fact that we had to play today for 3 points. Like, how did it affect your overall play in this event?
No, there's nothing really changed for me in terms of the play. I think the good thing is I had 2 really, really bad days, and today was the day when I got the win against Gukesh, so kind of even things out a little bit. I'm definitely a big fan of the format with more points per day. I think it adds a lot more, what's the word, variability. There are a lot of different possibilities that can happen if someone gets red hot. So that I think is good. I'm not a big fan of this bonus prize money going to the winner. I don't think that's necessary in order to entice players to be creative, but I do think having the format with the points played a big role in the amount of decisive games in this event for sure. So I think the format's good, and hopefully there will be more tournaments like this.
Yeah, and just quick question, what is next for you?
So yeah, in terms of next events, I'll find a tournament to play. I have to play 5 more games to have the chance to play in the candidates. So I'll find a tournament somewhere in the U.S. over the next couple of weeks, and I'll play the 5 games, and then, I mean, nothing until March, pretty much. I guess I'm going to India most likely, schedule permitting, you know, life permitting, in December for the Global Chess League. But that's the only event that I have upcoming outside of the candidates. So I'll have a long break. I'll have a chance to study and get ready for the big event.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Hikaru, and all the best of luck in everything you will be doing next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Hikaru. I couldn't agree with you more. I don't like this idea of the bonus money just going to the winners. I think it really should go to the commentators.
I knew exactly where you were going. I saw that from a mile away.
We did so good. We were deserving.
You ain't wrong now.
We were deserving.
Fortunately, I couldn't design a tournament and give myself the money.
I mean, just think how well 3,000 gets divided between us.
I'll let you make the case for it. It's not going to be me.
It divides beautifully between the three of us. Just think about it. Just hold on there. Hold on.
Just don't say no immediately.
Yeah, right. But I agree with you, Hikaru, also that this format does allow the greater variability. It does force the players. And we saw it by the number of decisive games, James and Maurice. It was amazing.
Yeah, the decisiveness and the creativity that he mentioned, the opportunity to maybe try a few things. We're going right back over to Anastasiya to hear from another one of our competitors.
Thank you, Dash. But sorry, guys, you were dividing money between yourself. What about me? These three commentators, like you forgot about me.
You get
completely.
the glory.
Anyway,
you get the glory. You get the fame.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I get it. Sorry for interrupting. Yes, I'm here with Gukesh, who also finished to play in this tournament. Was the last game against Fabi. It was such a great fight. How can you sum up your result in this event?
I mean, obviously not great. The first day was quite promising. I started off quite well, but in the second and third days were just completely off. And yeah, at some point it was very tough to start getting wins, and when it's like that against this opposition, it usually goes downhill quite fast. But overall, great experience, especially before World Cup. Great. I mean, there are no better training partners than these three. So, yeah, good thing is these three won't be there in the World Cup. So I had a better training than what I'll be facing. So hope it helps.
Yeah, and what were the highlights? Which games would you name like something which you were proud of?
There were a lot of interesting games. I guess some game from the first day. I quite liked both the games. I mean, the second game against Fabi, it was more of his mistake, but like the first win against Fabi and the win against Naka, both were quite nice. Yeah.
Exactly. And now you said you're running back to India. I mean, it's just crazy, your schedule. Like, how do you cope with all these events, all the pressure, like, and tiredness from traveling?
I mean, I think it's mostly like, I just like playing. When I don't play something for a long time, I kind of feel a bit off. So when I keep playing, I generally feel quite nice. Yeah. So.
Are you looking forward to the similar event, this Champions Showdown and Clutch Chess? Did you like the format at the end?
Oh yeah, I love the format, especially considering the opposition and yeah, it's a different format. Yeah, I mean each day you get more important games. So. I love the format and I would love to play in the future.
Exactly. Thank you so much for everything, for all your games, for all your comments. Thank you, Gukesh, and all the best of luck in the World Cup.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, world champion Gukesh. Thank you for coming.
Oh, grateful to have him, and I got to respect the endurance and the stamina of these players, as Anastasiya mentions, the schedules that they hold and the level of play. And I think that's the thing, right, is that they show up every single time. And this really was a tournament of the best, as we can relive some of the top moments all the way back to Media Day and opening ceremonies just 3 days ago. A huge thank you to our event organizers, and in particular, the St. Louis Chess Club. Rex Singfield, of course, you got a quick peek of just there. Incredible setup here in the newly renovated St. Louis Chess Club, playing home to another fabulous tournament.
The autograph sessions there with
oh, that's a dream.
I know, there. Come on. Gukesh just arriving from the airport and sprinting to the autograph session as well. That was really, really nice. Hey, so many fans.
There could be a future Clutch Chess Champion Showdown winner in that room right there.
Exactly.
You never know who gets influenced when you are around young people and the player showing their class and the responsibility to the next generation. And here they're getting their Versace glasses. who brought the band back together.
The gangster look right there. That was really nice.
All right, one more player to talk to. So we're going right back over to Anastasiya, standing by with Fabiano Caruana.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Fabiano, who finished on the second place in this tournament. Fabiano, tell us a little bit about how it was for you to play here in the Clutch Chess, and are you happy with your final result? Or not?
Well, no, I mean, certainly not happy. Like, I don't even understand how I got second, but okay, it's just the scoring system is weird. Like, I scored -1, if you think about it.
Oh, really? I didn't think about it, actually.
No, I mean, of course, it came down to this mini-match against Magnus today, and in general, I was, like, freestyling a bit in the openings here. It wasn't, like, some preparation or anything. I just, over the board, thought, why not to play Maurice? I mean, he played knight f3, I was surprised. Why not to play Maurice? And I think it was going fine. I mean, it was kind of equalish, but yeah, he just... I think he was just in very, very good shape today, and he played a very good game. I mean, it got slightly unpleasant at some point. Maybe after I played e6, like, so I thought, okay, it should be just a draw, and then rook c6 comes, it starts to get quite unpleasant. And yeah, then second game, of course, I kind of had to win to keep any hopes alive, so I was trying, but didn't work out either. And then it was all decided.
Do you feel like you made him angry after yesterday 2-0?
Well,
he was like very motivated.
He was, of course, upset, but I think he would be motivated no matter what. Unless he had no theoretical chance to win, he would stay very motivated. Of course, it comes down to this final day, and Magnus was just very, very strong today. You know, that's basically the story of the tournament. I mean, he played well. On multiple days, like yesterday also, I mean, despite losing to me the games, he still basically washed everyone else. And so plus, like every day he was on a good plus. I think that, of course, the victory was very deserving.
Yeah, but I mean, what were highlights for you except beating Magnus 2-0 yesterday?
That's it.
That's it.
No, yesterday I played some good games, some not very good games, but yesterday was kind of fun. Today, I think I was just suffering a bit. Like also against Hikaru, the second game was a complete mess of a game, just winning and then turn into like game mated. The last games against Gukesh were kind of interesting. They weren't like super bad quality, but I think we were both a bit out of energy. And to be honest, I'm also I was out of energy from the start of the tournament. It's my 4th tournament in a row, basically.
Exactly. I think you were the only player who didn't have second for this event. Like, what were your reasons not to have?
No, I just didn't, like, I couldn't bring myself to look at chess, so I didn't prepare. I only prepared for one game, because last night I was just doing nothing. I thought, okay, I'll prepare for the one game against Hikaru, the first game. So it was one game I prepared for in this tournament. I got, I guess, slight advantage from the opening and then made a draw, so good preparation. Yeah, everything else I was just freestyling, and for the most part, the openings worked out. I mean, I was getting good positions very often, sometimes bad positions, but still. And of course, in this format, you have to take some risks. I think we were all going for it. We were all taking risks.
This is what everybody liked, by the way. All the fans really appreciated all this fun in the games, like roller coaster games.
Yeah, I think it was a very fun tournament, for sure, from the outside. The format's very interesting, and I think the players maybe also had a little bit of fun.
For sure. Thank you so much, Fabi, for all games, for all interviews. I'm sure you are so full of chess and so tired. And just let you rest from now on. And thank you for everything. Yes, congratulations. Thank you.
Our congratulations too, Fabi. I just think that is one of the greatest questions ever. Besides your 2-0 score against Magnus, what other highlights did you have? Well, that was it. That was it.
I'll take those 2 wins.
I'll take the 2 wins.
I'll take them again and again and again and again.
Nice.
I mean, we have to recognize the recent performance of Fabiano in 2025. I mean, his second place here, as he said, it just fatigued beyond belief due to the number of tournaments he's been playing, but he's been doing it in top form.
Grand Chess Tour champion, winning against Levon in the semifinals, winning the U.S. championship for the 4th time in a row.
Helping the U.S. to defeat India in that matchup.
That came after Sao Paulo.
And by the way, also tying for first in the Sinquefield Cup, losing in the tie breaks with Wesley winning the Sinquefield Cup. But he did tie for first. So he had a spectacular performance there, which he needed to do even to get into the Grand Chess Tour to go to Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
And then coming here and taking second place.
He has a right to be fatigued.
Yeah, we'll let
Not for too long, though, because we want to see him again.
But besides our congratulations to the players,
this is your winner. It's Magnus Carlsen. He's the world #1 for a reason, and he does it here as the 2025 Clutch Chess Champion Showdown winner with $170,000 going home alongside him.
I want to say congratulations, Maurice. This really was a fabulous format. The players enjoyed themselves. We enjoyed ourselves. Our viewers enjoyed the show. So thank you.
Appreciate it. It was,
absolutely.
I must say thanks to the generosity of the St. Louis Chess Club, Rex Ingfield, and Joy Bray, who went to bat for this as well.
Absolutely.
Very much appreciative. And of the crew. The crew just killed it.
Production.
We gotta say Motion Mix, everybody, and Kevin Duggan and Brian and
no, don't mention those guys.
What Marcus, just
Let's
the
go.
guys
List
are just
them off.
fabulous.
I couldn't
Everybody
agree more.
was wonderful.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty proud that this tournament went the way it did.
Alrighty, well, gents, as always, it's been an absolute honor to share this desk with the both of
Maurice,
you.
absolutely.
Until next time, hopefully this is just one of many Clutch Chess events coming your way because the players delivered and the chess delivered. We're going to shut things down, though, here in St. Louis as we brought things to a thrilling conclusion with Magnus Carlsen proving himself to continue to be the world's best. We're going to say goodnight from St. Louis, and until next time, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.